Today is fine day in California. Huh? True.
さて、一丁決めてくるか。クールに決まったぜ。
Alright folks, good morning. Dark Sonata, hello. Hope all's well with you too. Things are doing alright with me. Had a full week going down to Southern California. Doing our goodbyes to Grandpa, coming back up. So things are surprisingly well, all things considered. But otherwise, things are going pretty fine. We're making some decent progress with learning Europa Universalis 5. Hold on, almost forgot. It's been a long enough time since I last played, not counting yesterday, that I forgot that the game flashbangs you upon loading a game. War enthusiasm describes the willingness of the country to continue to pursue this war. So far, that feels like a pretty meaningless value. Even on the subreddit, people have noticed that even when they fully wipe out thousands or millions of lives in a war enthusiasm barely diminishes. So I don't expect this war that we're reloading the game into with Bohemia to start tilting our way by virtue of our war enthusiasm. Plus, I don't see them losing too much. Hungary wisely chose to answer my call to arms against Bohemia. What they should have done is march over where we are and help us out here. Was that the contextual music program just then? I heard like a strong of a violin string just once, and then immediate shift to something softer and different. But yeah, my war score was in the positive 8 and climbing. 5 versus... oh, that's everyone they've got. War allies plus 52. Bohemia's only got... no ally. I see no ally. I see 33 subjects. Bohemia has subjects guaranteed by Poland. My subjects are guaranteed by 5 versus 52. That is every single last one of his underlings. It is obscene what the HRE can get up to, and because Bohemia gets entrenched so early, Bohemia is the HRE. We pulled Siena out of the war. The war was against Bohemia. Right. And Siena was pulled in, along with a few other Italian powers like Padua here. Well, no, that wouldn't be the coalition. Because it was more than just Siena. Either way, we pulled Siena out. The ideal would be to pull out all these other little bits of Bohemia that Bohemia managed to diarrhea splatter all over Italy back in the initial version of the game. When, if you're HRE like Bohemia, you're allowed to just take land away from everybody else. It's supposed to ask them. Instead, he asks himself. So it's always a yes. And if he takes land away that should have belonged to a country that no longer exists, he gets to keep the land. And because Italy is full of all these little people around here that everybody else consolidates on, and all these guys up here are part of the HRE, that meant Bohemia here. Grab, and nobody could stop him. So that's the aim. The aim is to try to reclaim. But I don't think that's going to work, because this Casus Belli is the humiliate rival one. Or the, not humiliate rival. It's the insult Casus Belli. We just have to show superiority. Win more battles than our enemy. Which we were doing, but because Hungary is all the way up here, he's getting his ass kicked, and his lands conquered. So I don't think I'll be able to start off by taking the land that I want from here. To take all of the Italian lands, or at least in the west, would be 63 in the negative. If I grab this little bit up here too, 66. I would need to have at least 10 war score and able to take the things that I want. And on top of that, I'll need to overcome minus 66. So unless his armies all come down here to face me in my mountains on my forts, that's probably not going to happen. Novara is a vassal of Bohemia. And because he's a vassal of Bohemia, it appears that I cannot separately sue for peace with him. Bank of Bardi we can, but Bank of Bardi is a building-based country. They don't actually have any land. A state bank! We could have a state bank. State bank as a subject type represents a strong connection between the subject and the company, as a company and its overlord, which can only be a country with the banking family government reform. Increased diplomatic reputation, while the overlord gets reduced bank interest. And the ability to siphon half the state bank's treasury with a siphon income country interaction, instead of the normal amount. This subject cannot be annexed. Need 2.1 diplomatic capacity to maintain this relation. I think I've got plenty of vassals already. And so I'm pushing up on my diplomatic cap of like 6 point something already. But we can make Bardi a state bank. That is interesting. Who else could I individually do independent truces with? Luxembourg, Padua. Padua's all the way out there. If Novara, as a vassal of Bohemia, cannot be independently pieced out with, we could try to take Padua. Bank of Medici can also get state bank status. Firenze needs to be occupied. Firenze is over here. City of Firenze. Can I occupy it since... No, they're not at war with me is the thing. Imagine you're a neutral country in a war. You're a neutral country sitting out a war, trying to keep good relations with your neighbors. In fact, isn't that in... That's in Bologna. That's one of mine. That's one of mine. And then this hostile army just rushes in to seize your city because the bank inside is hostile to you. Duchy D's, Passau. Where's Passau? All the way out there? I don't care about all the way out there. So maybe we can try to pull Padua. Oh. There's enough neutral ground in between that I can't march on over to Padua. Oh well. So I can't march all the way out there to relieve Hungary. I could put my guys in boats and then move them up to Croatia, which we're in a personal union with, and then march through Hungary. And then from Hungary to up here. That's doable. I guess we could do that. I don't want to leave my guys alone, though. I don't see any giant stacks here, so I don't know where Bohemia's main guys are. We're the only war they've got. They got 26,000 dudes. I'll keep the option open. And how are the pirates we've got yesterday going? 82.94%, very slowly dropping. My maritime presence. 34 and slowly rising. 36 or 33.6. And 0.52 each month, very nice. 42 and 0.47 a month. And over here, not the silver, there we go, 50. Damn. Maritime presence really does increase when you have a lot more than just 3-4 boats in an area. And I've also got loads of cash. Equilibrium. 48? Come on, nobles. Nobles always being such babies. Everybody else is fine, everybody else is fine. Stability is only at 10 right now. Legitimacy is at 77, so let's peel back the cost of court a little bit. 0.2 a month is alright. Now, what to spend with my $500? Universities, it turns out, are super expensive. We've already got a university in Napoli, and now a university in Salerno right next door. If I want more universities for more literacy and more institution growth, I should probably spread them out more instead. 2 competing universities right next door. Age of Renaissance is about 2/3 through now. It's already 1403, so I don't need a university yet. If I want to go by profits, we could do Tailor's Guild. Jeweler's Workshop is expected to do good. Distiller's Guild, I don't believe it. I always gotta bail them out. Salt collectors are not profitable, but everybody needs salt. Huh. So, most profitable is, of course, Napoli, followed by Salerno. So it's always these cities here that tend to be the most profitable option. They're closest to the capital. They got good proximity, excellent control. Oh, Salerno has 125. Needs 125 burgers. They only have 74. They'll promote more. Promotion's going to be super fast around the capital. Yeah. Gaeta doesn't have any, but they could promise 0.53 profit. Alright. But I can't just think of profits, I gotta think about what I need too. Lumber mill would give me more wood, and wood we could always use more of. Gunsmith. We should be good on books. Scriptorium's only promising 0.01 to 0.06. And that's even with the capital right there. Cephalo's promising no promises to max it out. What about libraries then? Libraries is a burger building, right? We could build a Salerno down here in the heel of the boot. A few more over there if I wanted a bit more spread. How much have I got? 372? Let's do that. But a few more libraries. And that's going to demand more books. So books are going to do a little bit better for a little bit. And now with the rest of this cash. Sicily isn't quite out of the Tunis market yet. Sardinia still split. More of the Napoli market is pushing into Genoa, though, over in the mainland. So I should build more roads to fill out proximity. A whole lot of this ochre color is already bleeding away. Maybe I should build more bailiffs too. Putting more bailiffs around has really helped with bleeding some of that out. And it does employ 200 soldiers. So I have to have peasants promote up to soldiers, and more peasants to soldiers is a good thing. 40 crown power to 27.98 nobility. We've officially scrubbed them out of the 30s. See, now masonry is at a deficit. Supply is being outpaced by demand, but the available masonry is at 456. So the trouble with masonry isn't that we don't have enough. It's that not enough things are using it. We got plenty of lumber now. Supply keeping pace with demand. Let's see, where's proximity still weak? Over in the boot. Over on up here. Over on down there. Okay. More proximity. And that's it, they're too expensive? Alright. Then I guess I could build more roads too. We don't have a road going from Tarde to Lecce. So that could help further. I should also get more on up this way too. Could maybe road from Aquila to Terame, and that'll link up to here. And there, all my money. To dubiously good causes, to slowly get my control. Oh, look at that, we got a 1! Maximum control 1.02 from building out these proximities. Cagliari, maximum 13.01. And all these teens over in Sicily, the 14s, 15s, are now mostly 39s, 36, 29. 19's also alright. Unused trade capacity. Alright. Import more gold. When my gold in Napoli market is already pretty much at max. Silver is also basically maxed out. I could pull in more gems, maybe. We're almost maxed on gems too, though. How about export? More guns? Guns to the pest market? I got loads of guns. Balance of firearms. Minus 1.79 because supply is being outpaced by demand. That's good, though! I've got so many guns, so we could still float this for a bit, but if the demand is outpacing supply, then that means the price has got to go up to accommodate, right? Building needs, fruit for distillers, population needs, fruits. Don't I have fruit RGOs that need filling? Yeah. 500 more laborers in Sabina, 500 more laborers, Mistretta. We'll get more fruits in. We'll get more guns to pest. Pest being a market controlled by my allies in Hungary. Maybe if I give them more guns, they'll be able to take care of themselves militaristically. Bohemia's army. Okay, you know what? Forget the key for now. Oh, I love the way the graphics bug out on this. Okay. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do... Oh! Little Naxos! And Little Finale. I never gave them scuddage. So they're maintaining the siege for me. I was gonna abandon the siege of Aki. The siege of Aki. And just go on the offense here to attack Bohemia's armies directly. I didn't mind giving up the siege for that. But it looks Like, even if I go on the offense here, I'll have my little guys at home taking care of things for me. Unprofitable? Glass from Napoli to Tunis is unprofitable now? Trade route maintenance. Using 2.47 trade capacity gives a total transport cost of 0.12. For transporting goods, the base cost is 0.05 per unit of trade capacity. So could the trouble be then that I'm simply using too much trade capacity? That I shouldn't put everything into one thing but spread them out? Could be the case. Because if I try to export glass now, it's not even an option. Alright, how about guns to Bordeaux? Imports I don't care about too much. Fruits for 0.48. I'll get a bit more fruit then. Oh, they've moved out of the way. They've abandoned the siege. I thought my boys were doing good and taking care of me. Okay, my people are getting hungry, so let's drop them off over here, actually. Back home, back free. They'll march across and re-meet the boat over here. I don't want my guys to die of starvation before our battles even begin. Bohemia's got a nice 9,000 stack over here. We can take them on. Kick their asses. Kick other asses over here. Hungary's got things locked down over in Bohemia. Did they abandon their siege? They're going on the offense, it looks like. 7,000 against 4,000? 14,000? War scores dropped from -3 to -2, so I could only assume they won. Alright. The first blood we're gonna claim. The relief of Zagreb. Now, Hungary, we do have food access rights too, right? Does the Alliance automatically give food access right? It'd be kind of awkward rushing through their army to relieve them. Military access, fleet basing, nothing about food though. Access actions. Request food access. Proposal to Hungary was accepted. We can now eat on the march. Popular support for Paris, alright. Gives us more control. CC not part of our patrimony. Where's integration? Spoleto still remains. Integration 99.64. It's almost done. Then we'll move that cabinet member over to either this part of Sardinia or that part, either way. Sparse, somewhat less important, no offense Sardinians. %8 war score again. Oh, Bohemia's running away, the cowards. Are they going to try to relieve? They're probably going to try to undo the siege progress there. Which is fine by me. And maybe now that it's 26,000 Neapolitans, Sardinians, Sicilians, Medians, Italians, and 14,000 Hungarians with 4,000 Moldavians? Maybe we will get enough war score that could actually take all these little bits of Italy consumed by Bohemia away. Minus 95. Current war enthusiasm is minus 50. We'll see about that. Now that we got the two Sicilies here. Kind of embarrassing how Hungary is getting their ass kicked by soldiers half their size. Who's gonna make it? Who's gonna make it? I think this is it for Hungary. They've been sitting on low morale for too long, I think. Plus 18! They actually pulled it through! Spoleto, now part of our patrimony, so Spoleto has full integration finally. So if I look at my rebels, those with the most progress. Nobility insurgents. There's still a little bit up in Spoleto, maybe that'll disappear as it ticks away. But a lot more is in Sardinia. Orthodox zealots with 3,500 peasants supporting. Okay, I just saw something pop on, so let me very, very quickly do a little something at another tab real quick. Don't crash, game. That's that done over there, back to the game. Orthodox zealots running all the way down here anyway. So, the job over here is done. They haven't got to integrate where there's no purpose to integrate there. Integration. Scales off of their martial ability. 100 from King Roberto Angio as an extra plus 50%. So, my king being phenomenal helps everybody else be phenomenal. We're integrated them by the sword. That doesn't sound very nice. 38, Andrew, Robert, 46, Margarita. Okay, let's move everybody else around. You've got the lowest martial. 38. So have you integrate up here instead. And then Galen Cagliari has slightly better martial. So you will integrate over in Arborea, which is less important than down in Cagliari. We want that done faster. And then our phenomenal Katerina Angio, my older sister. My older sister does such a good job, 67 Marshall. Will integrate in Cagliari. $100 from the king. It gives plus 50%. 67 from Katarina gives 33. Speed of integration. Total increase of 113%. Speed of integration 2 plus 13. Brother and sister working together. My king Roberto. 187, 100. He's already a free thinker. Monthly research progress 10%. Progress towards innovative 0.10. And 2 years away from his next ruler trait. Is he going to be amazing all the way through? Or is he going to be like his mother and become a malevolent ruler or an indulgent one? Oh. They were where they weren't. We're going to stop in the border first. Because morale weakens from longer marches. Gonna stop for a second, rebuild morale. And then go back on the march. Got him! Caught Bohemia's armies. And the cowards have fled. They don't realize they're only giving me more war score this way. Where'd they get to? I know they got more armies around here, but I don't see the big stacks. They ran off, the cowards. And I don't want to siege up all these forts around here. No, they went that way. They'll come back. This is their place of duty. This is their new front. We should unsiege this stuff too. We can't see what's going on in there because it's out of our control now. Full stack wipe, but all these little tiny armies aren't giving me a whole lot of food here. It's not a lot of nourishment. Padua has brought some armies out. Pirate situation. 47.99. They dropped by half. Oh, that's amazing. That's phenomenal. I'm going to assume that with this province capital, Terencien, I figure that city here has control over all this. So if I take that, the rest of these should follow suit. It's impossible to move any army into mountains during normal or severe winter. Damn! Damn, they got some actual defenses up in the mountains now? That's pretty cool. That's the kind of extra granularity that I love to see in strategy games. Zero losses, but we won. They basically retreated immediately. Okay. We can go here, though. We'll unsiege this, and the rest should fall. Same for Miskulk. %31% war score. How's that war enthusiasm looking now? Only 6? If I want to demand all of this, I only need to overcome 6 war score. Technically 7, because we need one more positive than negative. War score plus 32, months at war plus 15. Current war enthusiasm plus 12. It was at minus 50 before our guys came in and kicked some ass. They're not actually there right now. Early Carrick has been discovered. Which means we could start building early Carracks now. I would have to go to military tab, navies, build ships. We got 300 money. We got 4,109 sailors. 28 extra sailors per month for a maximum of 4,138. Early Carracks with their 40 cannon and 20 hull. An astronomical leap above my Mediterranean galleys with merely 9 cannon and 7 hull. I thought Mediterranean galley was hot shit, because when I was looking at my research queue, I didn't have access to Renaissance. I didn't have access to banking. I didn't have access even to professional armies. I was stuck all the way on the ass end of scholarly treatises on war. And so the best I could manage was the Mediterranean galley. And Reddit's not kidding. You can only be far zoom or deep zoom for now. You can't do a medium zoom on the research trees anymore. Pretty odd decision. So what's next in queue? Distant markets and then enter prop building. What else can we do after those two are done? Because we're not Age of Discovery yet, so we could squeeze in more stuff. Ship repair speed at sea faster, maximum ship strength to repair at sea. We could do a max chancery level. But I don't think I've been building chanceries anyway. Cultural tradition and influence, max literacy is specifically a Neapolitan thing. Academia Pontaniana. Naples has strived to be a center of modern learning, attracting great minds of the age and spreading the light of the Renaissance. And yet, we were the last ones in all of Italy to get it. Bohemia got Renaissance before we did. Under the leadership of Giovanni Pontano, these discussion circles have been given structure and organization. Only fitting we named the Academy after its industrious leader. Max literacy is cool, but it's only a 5% increase. What else could we do? We got power projection. Power projection impacts how much power projection a country has. Countries with higher power projection can exploit nations with less. If ours is higher than another nation's, we will be able to build a trade office, slave center, mission, or other specific buildings in their location. The higher our power projection, The quicker our colonial charters can take control of other locations, having a higher power projection than another country, also reduces the stability cost of declaring war upon them, as well as war exhaustion. And with anatomy, we could do better life expectancy and disease resistance. National assemblies is a government reform, which gives us progress towards innovative and free subject. I think one of the plans I had before was we add on royal decree for crown power, for centralization, and then we get national assemblies, and we replace feudal nobility, which gives us progress towards traditional economy and happier nobles, with the assembly, right? Which makes change policies faster. I don't care about that too much. Parliament request issue support needed -5%, which is nice. And some bonuses towards innovative and free subjects. We are going to be an autocracy in which the crown is absolute. That'll simply make things easier. The spirit of the nation is going to inhabit absolute rulers. With a national assembly, so we still hear the plight of the representatives of the entire nation. So let's build towards there next. We got 5 to go to get there. For national assemblies, we got to go through Renaissance sculptures. Invest in culture, yes. More artists. 3, 4, 5. What else am I building? Trade range and entrepot, which gives market attraction and trade capacity to owner. Let's cut these out for now and put them after. So now it'll only be 1, 2, 3 towards National Assembly. Now, where were those early carracks? Let's build some early carracks, 93 each. So I can build 3 of them right now. 40 cannon and 27 hull. There it is! My new fleet! Basically catching up to everybody else, but nobody else has really been building as many boats. Crown of Castile, they got 62 boats, 6 galleys, 16 early Iberian caravels, 8 cannon, 6 hull. We could tear through them like they're paper. There's Bohemia's armies. I feel like I'm getting less music at 0% density. The default is 20. It doesn't say which one's more, which one's less. I want 100% dense. Some people swear that 0 gives them more music. My experience is 0 seems to give less music. France has asked us to help them out in the 3rd phase of the 100-Year War, in return for favors. Being such good eggs, you could hardly refuse. Favors are favors, they can't be helped. Maybe I'll contribute my navy. Does Britain have any navies? I see 6 boats over here. Sorry, England right now. Britishness hasn't been invented yet. 6 galleys, 7 transports, 7 transports. They have Mediterranean galleys. That's mine. You go focus on cogs. One relief. Where'd Bohemia get to? They're up there? Oh, I'm gonna get them. We gotta march through some mountains to get them. We're gonna get them. Winter in the Bergen is giving us some bad attrition, so let's go down. We'll go downhill first. Then we'll march our way up. Disease in Napoli? Smallpox might actually be important. Smallpox is what gave us our initial drop before the Black Death destroyed all of our Sicilian progress. The good news is we're still 99.89% resistant to smallpox. The only things we don't have strong resistance on anymore is influenza, measles, and typhus. But we're some dirty bastards out in southern Italy, so smallpox is gonna bounce right off of us. See, they got full bellies, they got maximum food. But the winter is still harsh and cold. Local fortification expert discovered. Our local administrators at Aquila have reported that the locals have some rather intriguing ideas on how to create better fortifications. Forticators. Forticators everywhere. However, they are reluctant to leave their hometown. Entire kingdom needs their ideas. Give me fortification expert for 10 years. Fort buildings are cheaper. That's probably just for building them, rather than maintaining. Let them improve the local fortifications in Aquila. I am fine with that, because Aquila right now is my frontier. Well, part of my frontier. %39%. I can get it. I can get all these little parts of Italy taken back. And that's also Bohemia. That's 3 parts over here, though. 1, 2, and 3. They've also still got a vassal over here. Well, can I claim that? Was that too far away, or is that... Graubunden is a fiefdom of Bohemia. So I cannot claim his fief's land, it seems. It seems I cannot claim his vassals and fiefs. I could take these lands, I could take that land. Humiliate Bohemia. They don't want to be humiliated. The one thing, they don't mind if I take land away. They don't want me to put in the paper that they were humiliated. Praha's over there. I could have him dismantle forts. I could have them dismantle forts in other people's territories. That'd be the smart, forward-thinking thing to do. I could have him release subjects. release Novara is only a -28. That will help minimize some of Bohemia's influence in Italy, which is ultimately what I want. They'll still have this little bit over there. Graubunden will still be their fiefdom, but if I could release Novara... And war reparations, extra 10. I don't mind getting more war reparations, because more war reparations is money. War enthusiasm is +18, months at war is +16, war score is 40. Could I squeeze out an extra 38, 39 by doing a few more fights? Locations depopulating. Accarenza. Did they get the smallpox bleed over? Oh. Smallpox kind of spread a bit more. That's okay. 76 immunity, 100%, 100%, 99%. In Napoli, we got... Which one's smallpox again? Great pestilence, bubonic plague. Smallpox 100%. We're alright. This disease isn't going to take too much of a toll on us. Oh, they're chipping away some of our morale pretty quickly. And then here comes the Hungarian relief. 3,000 at the cost of 1,900 of ours. A heavy cost. -27 now. Where did Padua go? Did we kill him? I don't remember killing him. But I can't believe it! We don't even have to grant concessions to the HRE right now. We're demolishing them. We're properly demolishing them. Closer ties with the House of Dicandia. In an effort to bind their family to Anjou, Patrizio Dicandia proposed that he should marry Anjou Johanna. Courtier in the Kingdom of Hungary, and a general of the Papal States. That's my second cousin. And that's a courtier in Hungary. Last I checked, I don't have control of Hungary. We're not a personal unit or anything. That's my cousin Lajos. And I'm Roberto. Why do they seek my permission? She's not here. I can't arrange their marriage. Okay. Okay. I don't know why I'm being solicited, but alright. He's trying to get credit. Cool. 50% war score now. They got 1,000 guys over here. Will this be enough? 27 still. Maybe I'll throw away the reparations. I don't need them. If I throw reparations out of the deal, that I've only got to accomplish minus 18. $18,000 Bohemians. There's my big haul. They're on a fort that, as far as I could tell, should give us a defensive bonus. A new confession of faith. Reformers have put forward a new confession of faith that has some minor but still serious differences with Catholic teachings. The Catholic Church claims it borders on the heretical, while there are those who suggest that this new confession would bring the Church and its administrative apparatus under tighter control. Gain legitimacy as peasants in my realm become Cathar, become Waldonesian. Founded by Peter Waldo. There's Waldo. Emphasizing simplicity, poverty, and the authority of Scripture. American Prosperity Gospels, Evangelicals, MAGA, never would. Cathar's dualist movement believes in the existence of two gods, a benevolent god of heaven and a malevolent counterpart. If I say, oh damn everyone, we get religious influence. So no heretics. The only real gain is 2.5 legitimacy. Legitimacy is one of the easiest resources to keep satisfied. It's prestige that I keep bleeding out. Nah. Alright, 19,000 versus 23,000. Should I do it? Where's my Hungarians? My Hungarians are up there. Now that it's spring, they want to liberate that. If I were to move my guys over, it estimates we'll win. Our commander is 187-100 because the ruler himself is leading. Versus their 83, 65, 88. Our army is stronger. Our army is better quality. The terrain is to our benefit. Let's rest for a bit. Max out our morale a little bit more. It's already at max. 432 out of 432. Alright. We can do it. Let's check the unused trades real quick. It's suggesting we export gold for profit. Population needs is fruit, building needs is none. We could import more beeswax, but we're already max on beeswax. We got beeswax coming out of my ears. I've got gems I've been producing that I can't get rid of. Or jewelry, I mean. A balance of firearms. We could always use more. We do have 245.3 gun. Let's just be a major arms seller for now. And I guess we could sell more saffron too. We're not using it all that much. They're trying to fleet! It's only a 5,000 difference right now, and not that big of a 5,000 difference. Look at all that. we got everyone on the left flank. How did I? Wait, that's reserves, right? Regiments waiting. We got 11,000 waiting on the left, and otherwise, half of the right flank, a little bit more on the center, and then everybody waiting on the left. It's looking a bit too tight here. Morale's pretty much on half for both armies, 15,000 to 18,000. Their left is broken. My center and right are broken. Oh, this is gonna be grim. They could actually realistically beat us. It's 15,000 to 16,000 now. Yeah, it's not gonna do. I fucking had everybody on the left. Everybody on the left, how on earth? I'm gonna get while the getting is good. I cannot get while the getting is good. Minus 46 now. They killed 7,000 of my guys. Ugh. That's pathetic. That's embarrassing. It's May. How far back is the autosave? Is it worth going back? No, there is no autosave. The last save was my save. Autosaves have been very sparse lately. I didn't disable them, did I? She could do better than that. Ugh. That was awful. Levies lost to attrition just from marching away. Oh, my precious, precious war score. Okay. Let me fucking rebalance this army. I can't believe I just put everyone to the left. That should have been a win. There's a reason it was calculating that as a win. It would have been a win if we didn't have the center and the right just completely ignored. Who's this, my nephew? Nobody wants to royal marry him. But we have a whole bunch of debutantes. Let's see. This is my nephew, right? So, who's got good stats? We'll give him someone with decent stats. 65, 51, 46. Alice Bohemia. Let's get a morale back up. Where's the Hungarians? They're over here. Set to lose now. Their armies of better quality. Ugh. Well, I could reload all the way to the start of stream. Why am I seeing 000 on the dashboard? If I look at the stream itself, it's up for an hour and 16 minutes. If I look at the dashboard, it's 000 session uptime. There we go. A quick reload and it's fixed. I could reload the past 1 hour 16 minutes, but that'd be the coward's way. $9,000 soldiers. Come on, Hungary, where you going? You've got this, Hungary. Are they following me? If Hungary's following me, then we could take this on. Third cousin, but she's a noble. We'll go all for relief here. Better yet, let's help these guys out. They're doing as poorly as I was. There, we came at the very end to help out. What if I attach? Drill army. Oh, they're going south. Why are they going south? And they're gonna offer minor relief over there is why. If they're gonna go on south, then I'm going to move my guys over here then. Such a minor amount of armies here. Even though it was to my immense disadvantage, I do like how there's a battle going on, and somebody, not gonna say who, didn't balance his troops, and had a super weak right and center, and everyone bunched up on the left. And so, quality, numerical superiority, terrain all got erased because it was 2 against 1. It's actually kind of cool that for war score purposes and for demanding demands, it's counting all the losses that you actively have going on, not like Crusader Kings 2 or 3, where if you throw your mega army against your enemy's mega army, and your ass is being handed to you very handily, you could always end war whenever you want, because it's calculating what the war score currently is, because the battle hasn't been lost yet. So it doesn't matter if you've lost 20,000 guys. If the fight's still going on, you could always pull the trigger and take what you want with the rest. Here, if I got the war score, if I could claim all that stuff, and we have a big fight going, and the AI sees that the fight is still going but I'm still eating shit, then no, they're smart. They're not gonna let me get away with everything that I want if they're currently kicking my ass. Are they sieging them over there? Man. I don't want to go up here because now that all my good stuff is gone. 23 could have beaten 18. 8 is not going to beat 15. He's gonna come down there. 56! Is 56 enough before these two get involved? -8 right now. What I could do is I've already released a demand to release Novara. I could give up on something else. -4. There's no point doing that. Now that he's wiped out that army down there, he's going to want to come up too. So maybe now's the time to reattach with these guys. Onyx, what you doing? You trying to climb on top of the computer? Careful, Onyx. You trying to do that fancy maneuver where you go from window to computer? Careful there, Onyx. I got sensitive stuff here. I tapped my Wi-Fi adapter earlier and there went the stream. So careful, kitty. So these guys are doomed, and that's gonna hurt my war score some more score. Hey, Swedish guy. You don't want to alarm me, but there's a wild animal behind me. There's one over there. Oh, Toasty! Toasty, when were you over there, baby? Aww. He's having himself a little nap on this cold morning. I didn't realize, Toasty, that part of the bed was visible on stream. Hey, Toast. Could I call France into this war? I can't call him in. Because he's already in one war with me, I can't put him into the other one. Aragon. Is that because of the 100 Years' War thing? Yeah. Onyx, you coming forward? Go ahead, Onyx. No? He was reaching over the keyboard. I told him he can come over, and then he's retreated. Alright, what are we gonna do about this? Maybe I'll sit there for now and work on collecting these guys first. Claim throne on Kaminges. Okay, where's Kaminges? What? You? County of Kaminges? I can get some landlocked territory on the Pyrenees. Nah. I think I'm quite alright with not adding that to my collection. There goes our friendly neighborhood armies. Let's not get too far ahead of myself. I don't want that 4,000 coming after my 8,000. These guys are going to be coming up pretty soon. Or they're going here. Combined, we're 23, so... maybe if I attach to them, they'll be a bit more ballsy. And now they're going to... here? Right next door? Careful, Onyx. I gotta see the game to play the game, don't forget. Allow other units to attach to it. No friendly units have moved at most 50% towards their next province. We gotta chase these guys to catch up with them. Slow down so I could attach already. Onyx, I have to... It's not very comfortable to play like this, Onyx. But you know what, Onyx? It's 20 past your lunchtime, isn't it? Your dad has a day off, and he's just playing Roblox and not feeding you. You want your 11sies, Onyx? You want me to pull away from my war with Bohemia to give you some 11sies? How's that sound, little Onyx? You like the sound of that? Come, let's get you 11sies. Toasty, you want your 11sies too? That's Onyx's food. Your food's over here. Onyx? You don't want your food? Or do you want attention instead? Come, come. You're getting so big, Onyx. The known Dark Senate hello. Do I play D&D? Tragically, I haven't. The most D&D I've played, outside of somehow getting Neverwinter Nights to work on a family laptop that had no business trying to run any game. The most experience I've had with D&D is a couple of sessions back when my middle school vice principal was running some tables. I legit look like a DM. Should I be insulted? I do know that some D&D podcasts are pretty popular, so maybe it's a compliment. I'll take it as a compliment. "54% war score. Minus 14 still. We got the war score, we've been losing some battles. Would D&D ever interest me? It would. It would. The trouble is, I don't have anybody to play with. I'm like the one nerd that can never find a group, you know? A mischievous feline. Emmanuel Chrysoloras has always been regarded as an established writer, and his work lauded by the general populace. However, one of his works, Terrible Father, has become the main topic of discussion at court, when some attentive students of the work discovered some particular ink smudges on it. Apparently, a cat walked on it after having stepped on ink, leaving its paws permanently imprinted on the piece. Oh, that's beautiful, though. That's a living piece of art, then. A Star Wars evil D&D campaign be of interest to join. Political strategic theme. That sounds fun. A huge campaign. That sounds fun, but... let's see. I've worked a whole lot more in my shyness. Thankfully, Stream Project actually helped. But I think if I were to do like a D&D thing, I would probably want to start like a whole lot more intimate, a whole lot like more low-key, small group, maybe 3, 4 people that I know. I gotta still ease into it, you know. The whole communal role-playing aspect is it's still very new territory for me. Like I said, the most experience I've had with an actual group outside like Neverwinter Nights is basically a few sessions in middle school with the middle school vice principal and a few friends, and that was it. So, baby still has to fall out of the nest first. Like, even a few years back, one of my Twitch buddies, Din Not Dinner, tried to get a few of us and his friends into a tabletop simulator group. And that was actually the first time I interacted with Cat Batsumi. Just didn't know at the time. And that was pretty fun, but I gotta get my role-playing legs in first. Even if it's like a small thing, even if it's a little tender, my experience still isn't there yet. This is Costum was curious to bait at court, while the nobility admiring the intrepidness of the feline, the burghers lamenting now the peace is completely ruined. Created 1399. I didn't even notice that we had a book. Locally known quality. So locally known, not even I noticed it. Terrible Father. It doesn't even have any effects. Sure, you may say something. The cat ruined it. Lose 10 art quality, and burgers get happier. It does not diminish the piece, it gives it more history. That's what I'm thinking. I can't believe I have to side with the nobles. Gain 10 art quality. Let's see, how's my estate balance looking so far? 50, 56, 56. Cool. Tax some more. 55, 55. Building subsidies is only down to 0.3 now. So it really is in our benefit to just subsidize the fuck out of everything. Well, not everything, but the important things. The ideal ultimate villain, I have that vibe. I do appreciate that, Dark Senate. I really do. But I'm afraid that, well, the vibes might be there. They'd have to be nurtured. Right now, I am sour milk. I have not yet become the cheese that you desire. No, the piece has history. The Terrible Father book already has. It's garbage already. It's not even locally known. It's at 0.00%. This book has no quality to it at all. To say that the cat helped it is too elevated. This book was barely noteworthy until then. While I do appreciate the offer, Dark Senate, I think that my mind is made up on the matter. I'm sorry to say. I cannot be the villain that you desire. We could attach with them right now. They keep wanting to take this one mountain pass over and over and over. We're going to charge into battle first. Hopefully the Hungarians will follow after me. Will they? No, they're splitting up. This is where we part company. They better not be trying to face 16,900 Bohemians in open combat. if they face in Korpana, they might have enough defensive bonus to overtake him. Do I ever plan to find a group? If I do eventually, I would love to. A couple years back, I even spent a whole lot of too much money getting a RuneQuest book because RuneQuest catches my eye, and I'm still trying to devour that book, the whole source book. Because boy, if I haven't played any tabletop, have I had ideas for it? Let's get these guys over. It's gonna take forever for them to march up, but they're actually engaging 16,000 to 15,000. They have a fort here, right? Defender is Hungarians. So far, not a single Hungarian unit has retreated, one Bohemian has, and 650 casualties on the Bohemian side to only 367. I appreciate Dark Senate. Hopefully, you find someone who could fit the role better than I can, because I promise that my complete and utter lack of experience would completely overshadow whatever positive vibes for the role I might have had. The diamond has to be polished up before it can be anything more than a shiny rock. +20 streamers, that's pretty impressive. It sounds like it's gonna be a fun project. Should have waited for morale, but that's alright. 9,000 against 1. It looks as if it's still pretty tight, 12,000 against 3,000. But the morale of the Bohemians is so much lower. This could be it. This could be it. This could actually be it. Do I have enough war score right now to do this? Minus 39. That's because they're losing so many in this fight here, right? 2,400 casualties, 5,000 retreated. Against 4,000 casualties and 8,000 retreats. Once this battle is done, it is going to recalculate. And minus 39 is going to be like +3 or something. +64% war score. They pulled it off. +30! I almost seem to relish turning down. No, I don't relish it, I promise. In my heart, I feel the lament of having to turn down something that seems super, super fun, but that I know that I'm not quite ready for yet. With +30 so far, and that's with all this, that's +30 after claiming 1, 2, all of this, that, and that as well. So we could totally... Let me see. Do I want... Cancel subject treaties. Cancel subject. There's so many to sort through. I can't believe Bohemia was allowed to get all these. Novara. Where's Novara? Liberate country? No. Annul's Treaty. Treaty of Passau. Siena. Siena is mine now. That's pointless. Annul all treaty with Novara. Novara is still a vassal. Yeah. That's an overlord relationship. Dark Senate, I do appreciate the interest. But we have to learn here that no means no. I have given my reasons. And further pushing might go beyond the point of politeness. You can't seize land from there without taking the capital first. The seize land I want, where is that treaty? Where's the option to release Novar as a vassal? It was there, I had it before. There. Release Novar from Bohemia. Is an extra 34.45 ore score. Do I really want to then? I could. It'll help me out a lot to release them. I don't need to do it right now. It sucks having a vassal of Bohemia in here. But I will take their direct land away. And with 30 more influence I could spend. Where is war reparation? War reparations to two Sicilies? %10 of their income. 10% of their income each month. Again, part of what makes Bohemia so obscene. They're at 593 income or tax base right now. Bohemia is the ultimate number go up of the game. 10% of their income. For how long? I don't see an end. I'm sure there probably... Excuse me, I'm sure there probably is an end. Even just 10% of their income every single month for, let's say, a few years is massive, I think. So definitely want that. But where is the option to humiliate them on top of it? Also, I see end all treaties with Poland. What's going on with Poland with them? They don't have any alliance, do they? Guarantee of vassal independence by Poland. So I don't mind that. That is Poland deciding that if Bohemia chooses to annex its vassals, Poland has a right to intervene. They haven't, but they can. So I don't care about that so much. Annuls treaties, annuls treaties. Fleet basing rights, war reparations. Country treaties? I have too many guys there. Passau becomes a vassal or a fiefdom. I could also try to push for if I really wanted to. But I don't. Oh, it's 25! To get 8 extra prestige out of them and drop 20 of theirs. I don't need to humiliate them. I've already taken out so much of their teeth. This is going to give me so much antagonism with the rest of the Italian states. Luca's going to get 30. Who's on my border that I have to worry about? The Papal States is going to get 21. They're already at 133. Imagine if the Papal States becomes the next leader of the coalition against me. Genoa gets 19. I think I'm happy with this treaty. At the very least, I've done what I've wanted to do for so long, and that is taking little bits of Italy that belong to Bohemia away from Bohemia. And I get war reparations. Gold treaty exchange. Could I make them pay me? I could make them pay me. Maximum is 5 loans, totaling that much. Alright. And that's how much they got to pay me. I could... Enforce demand. This isn't offer tribute, this is enforced demand. I think I've been sleeping on the option of squeezing out as much money as I can out of them. If I got rid of war reparations... What's the maximum? The maximum is 2,800. I think this is alright. Seize all this land. Liberate Italy from Bohemia. Force war reparations, so they pay me 10% of their income every month for who knows how long. And 2,135.33 ducats each month. Kingdom of Bohemia pays to Kingdom of Two Sicilies and their allies. Oh, Hungary. We might not get this 2,000. That's fine by me. Hungary has used favors to force me into war, so I've done the same for him and used favors to get cash away from him. So, it's only fair that I use some of this to pay him back for his efforts. It's okay, Darkseid, it's perfectly fine. I understand the enthusiasm. Do it! Oh, see, I only got half. I only got 1,500. Hungary has got to be loving this. They didn't get any land back themselves, but... Tax base of 370. They've also got number go up, but not as hard as Bohemia's had. Doesn't show me how much cash you have exactly, though, which is fine. I don't have to know that. They have at least 1,000 more now. So let's see. My carracks are about 2/3 done. I could build an entire fleet of carracks right now. Man, war is good business. Alright, I think the first priority has to be building a whole bunch of roads connecting now. I got 1,500 bucks. I might as well. And then what? Max out my RGOs where I can, max out my food production, try to get prosperity and population up. Starving provinces. Florence, Monferrato. 0.00. Show me the way. Arezzo. Oh! Oh, those are my new acquisitions is why. Well. First, Pisa will get to hold our Bohemian acquisitions from all the way out here. Where's the button that I want? Return land. Take land from subject. Seize territory to take from our subject. Where's my give to subject? Could I not do it because I'm currently annexing them? Maybe I'm not allowed to give land to my vassal if they're currently being annexed. I could see that being some kind of balance. Alright, if I can't do it that way. A whole fleet of carrots? would also be an untapped naval option, Swedish guy. We have cogs, we have whatever it is the Iberians have, we have galleys. Nobody's going to expect that with food surplus, I can make an entire fleet out of carrots. Parma might appreciate more land then. Unless I'm completely blind. I do not see the give them land option here either. It's right next to them, so you think I could. Maybe it's because I'm at war. Thanks to France. That could be why. Maybe the option does not exist if a war is ongoing. Am I able to deuce out? Minus 66 for white piecing. Current war enthusiasm. Mine's alright. England becomes a fiefdom. Is 489 war score. 0.85. I don't think that's gonna work out. Well, first off, movement lock cannot disband. These dudes don't need them after all. Fleets can go home. And how is that pirate situation? 26.59. 26.59. I can finally take all these boats and return them to the normal patrol route. So, roads to pull my guys back from the Tunisian market. Where do I not yet have linking road networks? I've also built as many... I could put more bailiffs, couldn't I? I got loads of cash, so why not? More proximity here to draw them over. Especially further up in the fringes. There's plenty of bailiffs. $20 extra local proximity source each. Empowers the nobles, but over time I could always dismantle them. Sergeantry is local crown power. What if I put sergeantries where I have bailiffs to very mildly counteract the bailiffs and the noble power they're in? Road going up. We have no road here. Piazza will connect you to Cefalu. Expensive because it's going up the mountains, but it's necessary. Gotta put a whole network of roads to get that proximity from capital bleeding all through. Opening many sinks at once. There. 1,000 extra ducats, courtesy of Bohemia. Thank you very much for your kind donation, Bohemia. The Kingdom of Two Sicilies deeply appreciates it. And it all goes down to a trio, a quartet of bailiffs, and a whole bunch of Sicilian roads. But hey, it's bailiffs and roads I couldn't afford before. Disband levies. Disband levy, they're still moving. There. Everybody home free? Delete this castle. Should I? Nah. I'll keep them, even if that's pushing my port maintenance a little bit. I would turn it off. It's a difference of 2 monies, so it's not a huge difference. And it also impacts, what was it? Prestige? Was Prestige also one that starts draining away faster if I got port maintenance off? Cost of court, we're at 80 legitimacy now. And crown power is phenomenal. I have never seen such a gap between the crown and the nobles. And we're still making 84 a month now. 84 a month. Oh, right. Got levies here that I raised without realizing. Sorry, Sardinians, it's not that I'm forgetting about you, I just forgot about you. Now, Siena, have I granted you scutage yet? Enable scutage. We don't need them to go to war for us. But if they want to pay me more, I'll be happy to take their cash. %43% for Cagliari already. Ferrara's joined the coalition against the Two Sicilies. Who's the leader again? Genoa is? And the coalition is slightly stronger than me on land, but weaker on sea, thanks to all my galleys. It's not too big of a coalition, it's just Genoa and nearly the rest of Italy. Now I know Milan is not my vassal. Mantua somehow is. Aren't they? They got into the personal union, I think, somehow. Croatia I forced in, province is always in. Mantua. I don't recall Mantua making active effort to join the union, but somehow they did. Faenza also. So yeah, it's basically me, my vassals, neutral Milan, and then everybody else. If I count the spread of my vassals, we got a pretty good Italy going on here. Pisa and Siena have so much of the west. Bologna takes a good bite out of the middle. And every place in color is basically more avenue to expand into. Genoa, we're currently doing improved relations, right? Yeah. Currently trying to improve relations with the superb Republic of Genoa. Unless something miraculous happens, I don't see the minus 200 cap going down anytime soon, since antagonism is at 327, and it's multiplied by 4. Each antagonism, okay, we would say it's 102 antagonism, which multiplies out to 408. Sharing international organization gives a slight rebate on that of 20%, but at that size, 20% does not make it a difference. We are improving relation, and improving relation should chip away at antagonism a little bit for them. But I don't think that's going to be going away. Fur from the Prizren market is unprofitable now. So is this, costing me money. I don't think my people care about amber so much anymore. The peppers I'll keep even at a loss because my people demand pepper. They demand incense now too. My people are getting too rich. Clerics demand incense. That means my clergy's got too much money. Just fruits, some more pearls. But pearl, everyone's got such low pearls to offer though. Nuremberg's got 47. Gimme. It keeps offering me slaves from Tunis, but I don't have things that require slaves, and I cannot use slaves as peasants or laborers. So I'd basically just be buying them for collection. Nah. Export some gold. But so I stay under. There's maintenance per amount, right? So if I spread these out, instead of pushing all towards the same area, then I shouldn't have trade maintenance bite me in the ass. $50 from trades in Napoli. Little Cataline represents the crown faction. Cousin, Suyore, niece. We could give her expensive education, but I think I'd prefer if it was a prodigy or an intelligent child instead. Let's give you more military. Balance is pretty alright. It should give a good even amount of skills as opposed to picking one of the more specialized ones that lowers the chance of skills overall but heightens skills at a given area. But oh well. Message doesn't go away until I pick something that isn't balanced. $49 nobles. The nobles are trying to scam me to get me to stop taxing them. But now that we've finished our war with Bohemia, and we're kind of at a lull, since now we just have a war with... It's not really our war. 100-year war, phase 3 between England and France. I'm going to take advantage of this downtime. We have an autosave in! Our first autosave of the stream. 2 hours in. And grab myself a BRB, now that we have our accomplishments. Look at that charming beard! You couldn't have beards in this game before the hot fixes that came out earlier this week. Tibet's doing pretty well. The way inhospitable terrain works in this game. These communities are basically all autonomous, further up the mountains. But they get to paint a controlled area around it. They controlled enough of the territory around the inhospitable, impassable terrain. So Tibet's not doing too bad. I've always got a soft spot for the Tarim Basin polities it can play as. But it seems they're under the Chagatai Horde. Someday playable Pacific. There. Alright. I'll be back in a few. Alright, T refresh, and I can't believe there is actually audible music in the world map screen. November 26th, I can't believe it. We played all the way up until tomorrow? I think one of these days, when I finish learning the game proper, and after a few more hotfixes and patches and DLCs to stabilize the actual permanent shape of the game, it's a Paradox game, so it's going to be pretty malleable all the way up until the end of life. Maybe eventually I'll pick somebody out here to play as. There's not so much, see... The question everyone on the forum would ask was, Guinea, what kind of gameplay would they even have out here? We haven't made interesting gameplay for out here. And I say the interesting gameplay is just give us the gameplay. Put the people out and I'll play them. Anywho, let's go back to the two Sicilies. The two Sicilies, the Sardinias, the vassals and personal unions all throughout the peninsula. Hey, we have 8,200 Hussites. We must have picked them up off of Bohemia. Like a cold sore. And my chair keeps sinking. See, the real villain here isn't me, it's the chair constantly letting me down. Very literally. Ooh. Early carracks. Require tin, and we have tin. Copper we don't have so much of. Tools and naval supplies I do. Tax rate is increasing, but it's a much gentler slope than Hungary's tax rate, than Bohemia's tax rate. Should I devote some more diplomats to absorbing another vassal? Siena has been with us long enough. Province. We could begin to absorb. If we had 190 opinion. Are we raising with province? We are. We're raising with province with the intent to start annexing province. How's my little heir doing? My little heir of 11 years old? A prodigy just like his dad. What you want?
Offered Toasty a little margarine,
Mm-hmm.
and he went like...
You got
lick,
margarine?
lick,
Oh, margarine. I was thinking of marmalade for some reason.
lick, 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 stare. Lick, 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 stare. So I don't know if he actually liked it, but he kept eating it.
A prodigy with an expensive education. At 11 years of age, he's already 89, 59, 64. So he's got the administrative going. An administrative would give him a boost to crown power. If he's at 89 at 11 years of age, he's probably going to max that out. Proximity cost? I ought to think someday we're going to have a ruler who isn't at 11 administrative. And then proximity is going to start going down throughout the land. Rebels is hide you away. Markets we know is doing good. Third phase of the 100 Years' War. They got 40% war score right now. Having done nothing to advance the war, I can now white peace out with 39 left over. I don't want to stay in the war, right? I got nothing to gain from it. Humiliate England for 5 prestige? No. What if we do? War reparations to me. To demand something in a peace, we need at least 10 war score. We have 0 versus England. Alright, that's fair enough. There's enough war score going on that we could white peace out, but to make demands, we'll need to actually do something in the war. We could have him pay us a lump sum of 810 and then get war reparations. Alright. I think I have a plan then. This is gonna be horrid. Raise levies. And then raise navy. We are going to do the most bare minimum in this war. Giovanni Assendegli Ubaldini reached 16. He's a noble, so he's not going to be able to sit in council anyway. In the cabinet. But we have all these lovely debutantes. Margarita, go get some. Make more noble babies. We got coastal ocean, ocean. And would you look at all these undefended cities? Lime Bay, with Charmouth close by, has fantastic ammonite hunting. There's lots of landslips there, so you get lots of the clay ammonites. Sometimes you get an ichthyosaurus. Weymouth. There's Exeter, Dorster. Isle of Wight was really fun. There's Woking, Windsor, Basingstoke. Woking and Basingstoke I mostly know from like train announcements. Reading, spent some time in. Windsor was a fun visit. We went to see the castle at Windsor. Got some fish and chips. There's London. The year was 1404, so we're about 3 centuries out from visiting the grave of Li Bu at St. Mary's, Rotherhithe. And call it a hunch, but I'm guessing that the V&A don't exist yet, that the V&A have been born yet. Coventry, spent some time there. Everyone says it's a dump. I thought Coventry was fine. Birmingham's alright. It's your typical big city. They're supposed to have the finest Frankfurt Christmas market outside of Germany. But I thought it was kind of basic. The same kiosks and booths repeating, nothing too special. Maybe I was there for an off year. Bedford, Northampton. I don't see Warwick. No Warwick? We got Coventry, Birmingham, no Warwick? Which means no Warwick Castle? Oxford was alright. Took a trip from Reading to Oxford, just up the train. Visited around a little. That was most of my visits, either Reading and the environs, back and forth with London, or over up in the West Midlands. But we are going to stop by an Ammonite country first. Do we have any capable Capitan who could keep our fleets not too hungry? Naval damage, blockade efficiency, naval movement speed will get us there faster. Oh well, let's make him faster then. Capitan Yehen, de Savoy. Keep our troops safe, buddy. Now, how are my pirates looking? 21. I guess everybody else is taking the piracy threat seriously now. The coalition is definitely... Oh, they got rid of my fleets. I could have sent somebody with. How many boats they got here? 15 galleys. What route do we take? Do we just go... We wouldn't have had to go up here. They have somebody down there who intercepted? But since we have all these guys up here anyway, what about we take a little side diversion? +3. We can still take what we want. Corruption on the clergy. The clergy are meant to be incorruptible, after all, that is what they preach. However, it seems they do not always live up to their own teachings. A scandal has broken out surrounding several of their leading figures, who instead of providing our people with honest spiritual guidance, appear to have made themselves obscenely rich through various dodgy dealings over a prolonged period of time. Cleanse the temple? Lose 20 estate satisfaction of the clergy in exchange for 7 stability? Yeah. The clergy want to be at 67 equilibrium anyway. That is so high. Ignore it for a share of the profits. 133 is not enough. Cleanse that temple. Give me 7 stability. And now we have unhappy clergy. Milan has finally joined the coalition of against the two Sicilies. You know what that means? Where's that anti-me coalition? Royal marriage, gaining scutage, opinion being improved, enemies, alliances, prevent annexation, coalition. Where's the coalition? Annexation, truces annulled. Okay, just open you up. You got the There, coalition gets the two Sicilies. Now it really is me and my vassals against all of Italy. Well, there's still little Padua here. Padua isn't anybody's bitch. They aren't a vassal of Bohemia. They're just joining up for the fun of it. Alright. Take them on. 15 boats against 28. There's 35 boats that are all transports. Do they steal those transports of mine? Savoy has joined. There. Is that war score enough for attacking their fleet? We got the +3. We haven't done enough proper winning. Oh well. I guess I don't need to steal cash from Britain. From England. Britainhood hasn't been made yet. I'll just white peace out then. So I no longer have to be party to this war. Now, could I give land to Visa? Visa, Pisa, I can. Seed location. So I don't gotta worry about it. Parma, let's give you a little bit of joinage between your land over here and your land over there. Bologna. You could have this tiny bit over here. And this tiny bit over there. Now I haven't got hungry provinces to worry about. Gallura and Trentino. Gallura's up there. Trentino? Oh, I see it. All the way up there. Verona? Could I sell it to Verona? Or maybe Mantua would like it. Mantua? I can't give it to Mantua. Negotiate succession law. They're in our union, so they should already have a matching succession law already. Verona, could I sell you this little piece? This little nothingness? This majority Hussite by religion, Genoan by culture, bit of mountain, that does wool and a whole lot of nothing else. Sell a location to Verona. I mean, as long as it's not being held by Bohemia, I'm fine. 9,000 population with 19 development. No, that's buying from them. Riva's over here. How do I sell, not buy? Sell location. Riva. They won't pay any more than 130 for it. You know what? $12,000 population. Lombard Hussites. Religion is merely Hussitism. Culture is primarily Lombard. Mainly peasants. Power is mostly in the clergy. I'll let them have it. We'll take it back eventually. That is like weapon breakage in Breath of the Wild. It's not, oh no, my weapon broke. It's, the entire world is my bank and I know where it sits for when I do want it back. And since we have 530, what else to build? We got all these roads over here. We got bailiffs being built. I could build more carracks. More early carracks. Early carracks out the wazoo. An entire proper fleet of early carracks. Gold from Napoli to Tunis is very slightly unprofitable. Eh. My fishing villages still want to use ivory. It's not gonna happen. No Mega Man fan game could stand in your way. Well done, Swedish guy. Swedish guy the Conqueror. That is what has your Sweden extending so far out into Finland you can't see it right now because the map is blocked off. As well as Dominion over Norway and Iceland. And now over Mega Man. We could do more pepper. Could also do a very minor amount of pearls. Stockpile is 0.0 in London. So let's not. Could start exporting my pepper. Out of those, you think Mega Man's more impressive? Colonialism, retro gaming, yay. Would you consider it so much colonialism between Norway, Sweden? I mean, I'm sure Finland is definitely a colonial thing. But I figured here it's more like politics between cousins. Where's my trades I was looking at? More pepper? Let's get more pepper. More pepper. Hopefully these gems don't end up rotting on me. Clergy still unhappy? Not anymore. They've got it up to 50 now. What is this? Hussite Wars. A series of conflicts between the followers of Hussitism and Catholicism quickly escalated to full-blown war for the very identity of the country itself. Whose country? In real life complicated? I mean, I'd expect. Politics, empires, kingdoms, colonialisms to be a very complex thing. They have a bunch of hash marks around here. Defensive alliance against Rome is practically everybody. Is this what Reddit means? By Bohemia becomes so powerful that even the Hussite Wars doesn't dismantle it? In real life, Bohemia getting so uppity, getting so powerful, so hussy. And everyone else is like, we can't stand that. And then, you know, the whole Hussite war thing, to check its power, maybe dismantle it some, can't have a strong, independent Hussite Bohemia. Here, they've secured every participating realm's protection against the Pope. Faenza, my Faenza, is the only one on Rome's side. Requisite not met. We do not have a truce with Bohemia. Oh, I'm sorry, Pope. We just finished a war with Bohemia. We can't do anything. Siding with Bohemia costs 10 religious influence. Siding with either does. 68.95 against 31. Okay, time to pull up my save game editor again. Dusted it off after a week to get everyone on. Nah. I don't care too much about what happens there. I got my own. I was afraid that was gonna be Hungary joining the coalition against me for a second. Just food being cancelled. That's fine. I got my own anti-me coalition to worry about without getting involved in another conflict between the Pope and Bohemia. I don't want to relive the Guelphs versus Ghibellines right now. I've seen one person on the subreddit manage to bust their ass, getting Guelph influence higher than Ghibelline before the end of the event. I am quite done now, thank you very much. Although it looks like everybody's all popped up here. First Papal Bohemian War. With poor Pope Clemente VIII completely outnumbered here, they picked a good time to start this. Glass unprofitable, we can't have that. My glass is good, I know it's good. And my guns are even better. Could I make more guns? Is that a lawnmower or a motorcycle out there? They see a straight stretch of road with no speed bumps, and they all assume it's for drag racing. Gunsmith in Napoli has the best profit than Salerno. I'm not even paying attention to the availability or lack thereof of burgers. Technically, because Bohemia is my rival, once the truce expires in whenever, 1411, in 6 years, then we could just intervene, right? It's also the first Papal Hussite War, so even if this one doesn't go the Pope's way, we've always got the next one. '22. Senato. It's time for Senato again. Didn't really spin so long. First, import for profit and slave is the very top. That's because it's in reverse order. Slave is the least profitable thing for us to import. No thank you. I'll take gems from Krakow and Mohakar. Nuremberg has a few more pearls I'll take. And I guess I'll give away more guns. Now Senato, of course we gotta go and host a Senato in Napoli, because we gotta keep boosting our centralization. Crown power is at 39.66%. So, that would give me about 20 starting support if I wanted to boost crown authority, right? Cheaper revoke privilege cost, higher crown power for 10 years. Census would give population growth and stability. Forced exportation, lumber, forestry can employ more people. The only noble thing on the agenda right now is promote castle works, which for the 180 days will give cheaper fort building costs and progress towards defensive of 0.5. And if it passes, fortification works for 10 years. I don't really care about that so much. Do I want to do the Senato and then give a whole bunch of privilege and favors and bounce things around to get all the way up to 50? Cheaper fortification maintenance for 10 years isn't the worst. I am paying money on forts after all, whether it's at maximum maintenance or the cheapest. If nothing else, it's less money I gotta pay for 10 years. Host in the capital, promote castle works, unlimited castle works. $49.61 of the Senate. Reduce opinion with the country of Ortenburg. Do I care about Ortenburg? Not exactly. I don't see them, they're so tiny. I also see lots of, like, riding over each other here. There's some... there they are. There's Ortenburg. Little tiny Ortenburg. If I wanted to pull favors, we could make Ortenburg hate us a little bit more, which is nothing. Traditional ideas. We're at 39.09 and bleeding 0.02 a month towards innovative. If we need to, we could reduce opinion, but there's 180 days to go. Italy. We have Napoli. Firenze is one of ours, but it belongs to Bologna, who is our vassal. We would have to absorb them first. So if we want to form Italy, we would need to absorb Bologna, and thus absorb the city of Firenze, and then take Milan for Milan. But other than that, we would also need about 108 more land. Yeah, Nito, hey, quick math, 108 more locations. Which, because so much of Italy is my vassal here, my vassal there, my vassal here, my vassal there, my vassal, my vassal. If I just absorb more of my vassals, then we'll eventually get more of Italy in us. I do like the amount of money I'm making, even without having to break the bank with the mints. Excuse me. Got some T-burps going on here. Libraries are good right now, right? I should have libraries in most of the places I need. Library. I could build 1, 2 over here. A couple in Sardinia and 1 all the way up. I should focus on food to increase population. Especially further afield from the capital. Wheat's an obvious one, but livestock too. We got some legumes also. Olives also count for food, right? Yeah. There's 4 food in olive, it's not just the oil. So give us olives. Give us olives. Fernandi Barcelona died at 76, our distant cousin. And a courtier. We are getting some alright population growth. We got a little bit of bumps there. That's probably the levies that I raised that didn't make their way home. Insulted us, cast a spell on Bohemia is going to expire 4 years before the truce ends. And there's my early Carracks. My first fleet of Carracks. Look at these beauties. Look at that model! Compared to... That's an alright galley. She's an alright gal. But look at that! That is a more seaworthy vessel. The Europeans have finally caught up to our outrigger canoes for ocean worthiness. That's the real reason that Paradox has completely gimped the Pacific area. And having to force us to re-explore and recolonize our own cousins. Is because if they gave us our navigator capabilities, we would be colonizing Stockholm before the 1500s. Renaissance sculptures and national assemblies. Does it have an estimated end date? October of 1406, so next year. check this out. If I try to change a cabinet member, not a single noble in the queue. Nobles legally are no longer allowed to be in the cabinet. Only royals and the clergy now. Let me take a look at that. Clergy. Angelo Piazza has phenomenal stats, 74, 76, 94. And he's a sinner. An infamous sinner priest is numerically the best cabinet member option we got. Now it's a purple trait, so it only matters if he's a ruler, and he never will be. So he is allowed to sin as much as he wants and nobody cares. 19.35 or sub 20. I see the Hussite war thing has disappeared. Does that mean everything's all fine now, Pope? Bohemian Papal War still ongoing. How much time left here? 83 more days. We have a single event in the Senato. I don't like the thought of losing my stability. So when we get to the last week and there's nothing else that's happened, we'll go ahead and sold what's-his-face over there. Ostrichburg or whatever. Legumes. Wine is not food. We could almost max out wheat over here. Apparently on the forum, people have made rich cash in this rich population. Just maxing out all their RGOs is the first thing they do. But Naples is so spread out. Who has joined the Union now? Pavia? Croatia, Province, Mantua, Province... Yeah, these guys are already in, so Pavia's a new one. Pavia has now joined our Union. The erosion of our faith caused by the Western Schism, cut deep into... Yeah, we got another guy over here. Charismatic negotiator. Trying to not just seduce my people to Catharism and Waldonesianism. He wants to sap my stability. I don't care too much about religious minorities here and there. But stability is my currency. Two of 12. They could have such a surplus here. Though I should focus more on places closer to home for more control, and thus more population promotion, to actually make use of all these expanded RGO spaces. 48 days left, not a single event. As soon as I give some concession to get above 50, then some nonsense event is going to pop up saying, hey, here's some free 5%. "28 days to go." Have until the 29th of October? Okay. Have until the 29th of October to wait for some event. Speaking of which, October of next year is when this should finish. October 1406. An age of Renaissance. Or almost the age of discovery. Age of Renaissance ends on January 1437. We have 32 more years to enjoy the Renaissance age. Which means that I got plenty of time to build up some more research around here. I've got my royal domain. Route to the Indies if I want less exploration preparation time. I've got the early Carrack. Why would I need the bark? Protected harbor would give naval attrition and harbor capacity. Renaissance boating methods, expanding raw material time is not too important. Max literacy. Let's add a few more things to queue. We'll get literacy. How well our pops can read or write. Mostly beneficial. Average literacy in our country impacts our research progress positively, but also increases the impact of market price of their needs of pop satisfaction. We'll get the 5% literacy put into the queue. Squeeze in power projection. Clergy happier, diplomatic range. Exploration, preparation. Because we're in Western Europe, we get a special one. We've already got pop promotion speed faster. Distant markets is in the queue. Maritime presence, 10%. We've also been ignoring... We have cannon makers. We have gunsmiths. We don't have handgunners. Handgunner regular regiment. We don't have Hofenice for artillery. We don't even have men-at-arms. I've been kind of neglecting the army side of things. Recruitment law. Eh. Fort limit, eh. Max literacy of nobles. Diplomatic annexation cost cheaper. I can't be expected to get everything. Inquisition law, I don't think I looked at yet. Pop converts faster. Is Papal State. Local courts. Pop conversion better, but less tolerance. I don't need that. Kind of wasted my time going for this levy stuff. Olives. What if I just max out my minting for now? From 81 a month, 109. Though I should. Stabbed through the heart, I forgot to check. Too far away. So I get -7 stability. Ah! You can't win them all. Fiber is not food. Beeswax counts. That's 2.5 food. Food is food. That stings, though. I gotta raise my 7 stability back up again, because isn't it 20 if I want to replace a feudal nobility with something else? We haven't got national assemblies yet, so I have time to get my 20 stability. I've also been reading that on top of food RGOs, granaries or whatever, or storage for food makes a pretty good deal. But there's so many other things I gotta build, right? There's so many things when you got a bigger country like Naples. You gotta build roads, you gotta build your economic buildings, you gotta build libraries, you gotta build tutoriums and paper and everything else. There are so many things I gotta build. Wool's also got food. 5 food is pretty good too. Controls looking a little bit better over here. Slowly chipping away more and more into this market, very, very slowly. France wins 100 Years' War. In a momentous turn of events, the Kingdom of France has emerged victorious in the arduous and protracted 100 Years' War. The Kingdom of England has been forced to recognize French territorial integrity and make substantial concessions. This triumph has greatly enhanced the prestige and influence of France on the stage of Europe. King Francois de Valois. The King of France is literally named King Francois. Has a chance to consolidate his reclaimed territories, strengthen his royal authority, and establish himself as preeminent power in the region. That's one more knocked out. Just rise of Turks and Western Schism remain. 1 council, 0 council. This one's never going to end. They've been schisming for 50 years now. Okay, they can't eat lumber. I don't know why not. +1, no +1 here. Legumes got a plus. No, they don't have a +1. But I don't have the cash either. And now so many populations to promote from peasants into proper laborers. Fortification expert discovered for Napoli? Let them improve the fortifications in Napoli. Man, I could have had cheaper fort maintenance and not lose 7 stability. All I had to do was lower 1 opinion out in who cares where. But I let it slip. I didn't think that the 29th was going to pass me by that quickly. More fruit. Root fruit. They can't eat saltpeter. I don't see why not. Okay, +1. Beeswax +1. Got some saltpeter in our market. Okay, livestock, whatever else. Olives. Fruit would do first. Kind of falling behind there. We got so many olives here. You could really tell it's Italy. 0.41. Back to being under a whole integer. Who else wants what? Imports. We could do pepper. We could do pearls. We could export more rifle. How's my exports currently looking? Imports are fine. Exports are also fine. Currently 247 guns in Napoli, so we are not going to run out anytime soon. Population needs. We could do incense at a loss. My clergy is going to have to suck it. 38.8 pepper in Damascus Sham Market. And to get 0.06, I'll take it. Edinburgh. They've got 11.99 and they're draining. Let's drain them out some more then. We've got a surplus of books we could start selling off. Books in Naples is nearly at max. A road got built. Messina to Paddy, but not Paddy to here yet. We got one road going off to the sea, the other going halfway into the mountains. They still have to kiss in the middle. There they go. Would you look at that with the Baileys we got, or the bailiffs. We got a little bit less red around the Lecce area. This is a sight we would have never seen before. Actual orange and yellow in eastern southern Italy. We started putting some up, livestock. We'll put one more for saltpeter. Olives, still getting guys in. All these olives we haven't been expanding upon. These fish we haven't been expanding. Which I figured these are low control areas anyway, so it would have taken forever to promote. Claim on the throne of Athens. That's my vassal. That is literally my vassal here. Overlord? Me. I can't go to war with him in the first place. So speaking of which, 114 with province. Gotta get them to 190. So they're almost there. Trying to get to 55, 55, 50. Why do I feel, if these are my current trades, Why do I feel like the AI has been fucking up all of my trades? Get back down there, you're sucking up my trades already. If I selected a trade, it's because I wanted it. Get out of here! Actual profit on some instance for the Scandaria. They barely have any, though. Barely have any. What is this? Oh, medicaments? We got medicaments, we're just not using much of them. I had a beautiful line of trades, and now these four shits are the only trades I have left. Pearls from Paris. Is that really all of them? Is all of my gun trades? We've only got exporting guns from Tunis to Prizren. We're still making cash. I mean, it's just not showing me stuff. Because I can't be getting 40-some trade value out of just these few current trades. Can I? Maybe the AI just really maximized it that much. 6.47! Hostile pirates are finally almost done, then all of these guys can go back to the regular route. I almost fear looking at what the maritime presence is going to be there. 26. Only 60. 39 in raising. 40. So it's not too bad right now. I guess some of our ports and things might be putting some latent value to it. Then that's maximum wheat here. Legumes gotta pull more people in. How bad is my inflation right now? I've been running at maximum minting for how long? 6.75? One more month. One more month and we'll get Renaissance sculptures done in the National Assemblies to give some time to get our last three stability. Burghers of Messina, an increasingly important trade city, have approached the king today, asking to be granted greater powers in order to make the region thrive without hindrance of many of our normal taxes. We should provide them with these means to grow. Should we provide them with the means to grow, the assurance that the economy of the area would quickly improve, resulting in more wealth for the state, except for more estate satisfaction and 20 years of doubled local burgher power, or reject and make them hate me. The current power of the burghers is only 11.02. If they gain double the power in Messina, it's not the end of the world. They may be allowed to enjoy their privileges there. Gotta use one of mine. More livestock. Oh, Tunis Market is why it's only showing me this much. That explains. I was like, what do you mean? Only these 4 things? Because Naples is there, dummy. You dummy guinea. Yeah, alright, export more stuff then. Import more foods. Naples making money because it turns out that you are just looking at the wrong spot the entire time. Whoop. Peppers, pearls, peppers I'm gonna keep. Tunis to Naples is costing me money now. They got none. They basically have no incense. Everybody else got to it first. Get gems from Krakow. Gems from Mohakar. We got cannons. Got actual cannons we could exchange out. Sell some weapons because I'm at max at that. Regular weapons, not just firearms. Don't I have cannon producers I can make? We have gunsmith, so we got the thing beyond gunsmith. Weaponsmith, naval supplies, Saltpeter's Guild. No? Thought I had already unlocked. Yeah, cannon maker. We have the cannon maker. So why do I not see cannon maker as an option? Automation of production methods. That bitch over there is why my fishing villages keep throwing out the iron hooks I give them and beg for ivory to make Arctic fishing village hooks out of walrus tusk. Stone output, hooray. Now get me. Get me national assemblies. In 2 years. More like a year and a half. Did I say 1 more month of boosting out my minting? Yeah. Let's get it back down then. Back to good old minus 0.05. Still making 85 a month. Can make so many olives there. Wheat's maxed out. And of course now lots of these guys have to fill these hundreds of promotions over the coming years to fill them in. Alliance broken, France! France, what happened? They still love us. Minus 87. How come? Strength versus France minus 26. Base. Target of a coalition is a minus now instead of a plus. Likely target of a coalition. They don't want any bit of that. France. After all we've been through together. They spit in my eye. 148 improve opinion with province now. Improved by 81. So they got 30 more to go roughly. That'll bring them up to about 78. And I'll have 20 more opinion to get from them. Market access would give 30 opinion. Fleet basing rights. Spreads institutions back and forth with us. Gains 10 opinion. So fleet basing is pretty good then if I want to get institution spread. On top of just telling them, hey, give me your shared knowledge. Genoa. Genoa's down to 122. Antagonism has also dropped very slightly from like 100 and what was it? 102 to 70 now. Slowly increasing their opinion while slowly draining their antagonism, and they'll meet in the middle. Andrew Hedvig, our niece. No valid nobles to marry anymore. Okay. She's got all right stats. But nobody wants to marry her. Albania even have no adult unmarried characters closely related enough to our ruler. What, you're saying they're not related closely enough? First cousin, so can't. Third cousin is fine. Kingdom Bohemia. Distant cousin. Glory Seeker, distant cousin. There's a debutante royal right here. Okay, now where's the unmarried relatives tab? Plenty of roads networking. Coming up this way, coming up that way. What if I join in the middle here? $95? So very close. Oh, and there's more of my early Carracks. Eight whole Carracks. .02 power. It's finally almost done! Okay, which road was I building? Connecting Caltanissetta to Piazza. And with all these roads built around everywhere and all the bailiffs built around everywhere, Oh, would you look at that? 29 control. 18 is just pinched in the middle there. We got roads coming up, roads coming over, roads coming over, roads coming up, roads... We've got all the roads here that they can get. I could maybe try to improve the inflow. 60 control. 63. Palmy's up to 29. 29.99 is our max. 22, 25? 20, well, 19 here. Could probably... They got over there, they don't have over here. Maybe that'll help the inflow some. Lush some of this control and some of this proximity downwards. If we build from Melfi down there as well, this is kind of a dead end here. So that's not much flow going this way. Gotta find all these clogs. How's my son doing? This had to be a couple of years, right? Is he like, what, 13 now? 13 years of age, I'm a good dad, I didn't forget. 13 years old, and he's 95, 86, 73. We're getting phenomenal rulers every generation now. Did he inherit after Mama? 100, 90, 100. Free thinker, indulgent. He's picked up Mom's indulgency. He was a brilliant, gifted child who now rules as a free thinker, who has ripped Bohemia out of Italy, expanded the infrastructure of the realm immensely, and now he seeks relief from general apathy and seeks stimulants for things to simply interest him. "24 more years, bucko, to get a better trait than that." "51 opinion." Not paying for diplomacy right now. Payments. Other income. War reparations from Bohemia plus 36.46. That's almost half my monthly. Begging for war reparations is actually not so bad. I guess it is lawnmower. They got somebody lawnmowering in late November? Must be the property management company landscapers. Gotta earn their pay. Take their hedge trimmers towards bushes that are kind of already feeling the autumn. What was I doing? Putting more inflow this way. $166. Cheaper road going over here to connect. How much for a chair that doesn't sink? Oh, pirates are gone. Alright, now that pirates are gone, we'll put our flagship navy here. Return people to the normal place of duty. So I guess the pirates are not completely unbeatable. They just take a whole lot of my fleets doing a whole lot of nothing for like a decade. Instead of paying cash to the nobility, another option to ensure their loyalty is to grant them privilege to collect special revenue, such as from foreign trade. They're not burghers. They earned their privilege by being military commanders, not by doing burger duty. Sure. Have to reassign everyone. Patrol. All throughout over here. Then you are good at patrol. Yeah. My understanding is that they'll sit in one spot until that one spot gets 100%. Then they'll move to the next spot while the next one decays. So, it's probably a simple placebo doing it this way, especially given my locations are still mostly 30-40% maritime presence for most of them. But I like my placebo. $66, super cheap. Road going up, but not over here nor down there. Pope calls for apostolic tax. The last time I said no, it lies. If I say we can't do it, I get minus 20% estate satisfaction. They love me, it'll bounce back up. Minus 10 religious influence. That's nothing. Okay, it does say refusal to fulfill our monetary commitments will result in widespread condemnation with all Catholic countries. It does say that, but I didn't see an angry red number, because it really was every country getting a big penalty against me. It's our duty. But hey, Pops. Speaking of apostolic taxes, how long until our next favor? We got 30 favor with you. Can't ask for money until next year. Next year, Popes, I got my eye on you, alright? But while I have your ear, invite settlers. Campania. We could fill some people out. Val di Mina. 10 peasants migrate each month for the next 24 months. To Calabria. Yeah, what's up? Could never have too much population. The right side of the graph looks like a cat is peeking out over the table. We haven't quite reached our pre-Black Death peak yet. A drop from smallpox, a gain from getting Sicily, a Black Death, and we're still trying to break even. It's 137. New loan from the estates. 180 for 60 months, 8% interest. Firearms to pest is not marketable right now. I think it's because I'm using so much trade capacity. Can I just downgrade it? Whoops. Did I downgrade it so much that now it is gone? Guess so. Population, just 2 win cents, don't care. Food imports of wool. We could do more dyes from Sevilla to Naples. Pearls, I got barely any. Get some more gems in. Hold off on the rest for now. Interested Bank of Medici. Bank of Medici that dares to join a coalition against us. One of these days I'm going to absorb a bank to be a state bank. I could do that actually. Lumber mills in NOLA require 1,800 people. Salt collector not profitable. Tailor's Guild and Tailor's Guild. How are you guys not profitable? You make fine cloth? Dyes with the loom minus 1.37. Current price of a loom is super cheap, so that's not a problem. Dye is kinda though. Supply just barely over demand. Price stability 10%. But the income over the inputs is still giving them negative though. Scriptorium's losing money now. Well, we can't be doing that. We gotta subsidize all the scriptoriums. Scriptoriums are where it's at. Alright, how about this? If we got so many books that the prices are dropping and they aren't becoming profitable, forget the gems. These unprofitable gems in the first place. Forget food imports, forget imports. Where's my books? I could trade out my cloth, I should. Get them out of here. I got no more books to get rid of? Books to Lisboa. Gold export, gold export. Okay, that should be fine. Cagliari, 62% now. Got until 1415. And let's see, it's April of 1407, is it? National Assembly is next February. Less than 1 year to go. Entropole building would be nice. But I don't think I need it right now. When I got literacy I can do. Power projection maybe. Let's turn this off again. Because I think I do want to at the very least. Should I start getting some handgunners? Combat speed, combat power, flanking ability, morale damage done. I'm assuming 10% extra morale damage done compared to Age of Discovery or Age of Renaissance Infantry. So they're better, though they have slower combat speed. But we don't even have artillery. Bombard efficiency of 12.5%. Maybe I should get some bombards in here. Get some proper cavalry too. Strength damage done. Amount of damage dealt to an enemy. For ships, damage to the actual ship. For regiments, how much manpower they will kill. Combat power of 4, combat speed of 5, that's pretty nice. Morale damage taken is worse. Initiative is much better. What about heavy cavalry? Fully armored, trained for shock charges. Heavy armor and armament. What about men-at-arms? 1 combat power, 3 combat speed. Strength damage taken a little bit better. Secure flanks. Defensive bonus when there are friendly troops in a neighboring section. If both flanks are secure, the bonus is double. That could be pretty cool. Footmen outfitted with a medley of hand-to-hand weapons. Heavy melee infantry, you can break through enemy formations. Crossbowmen, we got gunpowder and actual guns now. Take more morale damage. Do less strength damage. Coastal forts do what? Blocks privateer raids. Hostile disembark time modifier takes longer. Local maritime presence up. And there's supply carts that are worse at combat. But that's not their purpose. Food to the men and feed to the animals. Extending distance, the army could travel before stopping to forage what could be hostile lands. We haven't been doing dueling army. To ensure every soldier is fighting fit, no one's need to be done without risking life and limb. Spend stuff to get more combat experience. Armory would give armor rebuilding, no way. Monthly manpower plus 10, can recruit, yes. We don't have an armory even. So, building towards Hofneis for artillery. Now let's build down towards armory and men-at-arms. We've only got, what, 30 years left until the Age of Discovery? So I might just end up skipping a bunch of stuff anyway. And then just getting whatever regular units the next age has. Fleets I'm satisfied with. I don't think anybody could beat me at sea on a fair fight right now given my current neighbors. But right now when it comes to land battles, It's mostly if I'm throwing as many levies at them as they're throwing at me. We're actually draining sailors now? Ships repair and navy maintenance, take it away 61 and 19, so we're at a deficit. I guess I could put some more money towards ADOC for 16 extra sailors. There, just the one for now. But I gotta build more roads. How about we build from you to you? It costs 100 and... Already building a gravel road there. So let's connect this way, get some more inflow going. So expensive building, not even over the mountain, but through this little down hills area. Oh, nobility's back in the 30s. Do we got road going here? Already a gravel road? Yeah, there it is. I'm just blind. Then building that way, building this way. We got one over there. Already a gravel road. Road going up and not road going across. And 35 is definitely not enough, but how much is it going to be anyway? 146? Sand. Sand is making it more expensive. And the inflation. But also the sand. Who's unhappy still? The nobles? Possible diplomatic action. Let's see. Province is currently up to 159 opinion of me. Improve relations at 91. Out of what is it, 110 maximum? Improve their opinion by plus 18.7 over time. So it's almost to the max. I think what I'll do, I'll wait till it gets to 60. Then at 60, fleet basing rights is 10 opinion. Military access is 10 opinion. Food access is 10 opinion. Economic actions. Offer market access preference would give them 30. Which would bring them up to 190. And then with our second diplomat, we could begin the annexation process. I don't need a bunch of extra stuff up here. But I would like to shrink some of my diplomatic obligations. $159.8. So it should be soon enough. Genoa's up to 69.10. Road down to Peter Capiduli. 160.9. Alright. We'll give them Market access preference. 30 more opinion. To 190.90. We basically have to almost max them out. Diplomat and... Alright, next month then. They're increasing anyway, they're not going to drain down to 189 in the time it takes for the diplomat to come back. How's my rebels looking? 60% noble insurgents again. Noble insurgents forever. Since we have Spoleto fully absorbed. Yeah, they're gone from there. They're primarily in Sardinia now. Mostly in places that still have the minus 50 to having been conquered, but unintegrated. Orthodox Zealots is only down there in Cappaduli. Sardinian Patriots, you're not going to believe this, are all throughout Sardinia. 164,000. They don't realize that if they revolted right now, they could take over the entirety of the two Sicilies. I am so lucky that my patriotic peasants here are very illiterate and don't quite understand the state of the world around them. Commoner insurgents, thankfully is only in Sardinia. Ligurian patriots, Sardinia. Cagliari will finish integrating when? 1415, so about 8 years. Arborea, 1414 and 7. When one of these clears up, I think I'll devote one of them to cracking down on the Sardinian patriots at least. The more these places get integrated, the more the people here should like me and thus not need to support rebels. Okay, where to build now? If I want to flush out down here, we got road, and then building road. Road going there, road going there, road going... Not going down from Melfi. And we haven't got one going from Jaltamire to Monte Peloso. We will build one from Martinez to Jaltamire. That's gonna cost only 87. You see, so it's not just the inflation. More people who can't get married. Everybody moving up to Napoli where the food is good. Some moving to Sardinia. Excuse me. Right. 195. Forgot to begin the integration process. Start the annexation of province. Make it official. We're also annexing Pisa, so Bohemia and the Byzantine Empire's got prolonged casus belli on us to maintain their independence, but they're not using it. A band of legendary knights their mettle tested in the fiery pits of battlefields across the Mediterranean, have arrived at our court with a petition at hand. Being driven from the islands of Rhodos by the king of the Ottomans, the Knights Hospitaller have wandered homeless, seeking a new home to continue their pious defense of the faith. Until in 1408, the Holy Roman Emperor Johann II von Luxembourg, agreed to confer upon them sovereignty over the island of Malta, pending our approval. Pending our approval! You, my rival, enemy, and foe. Yeah, I see your smug, shit-eating grin there. Say, oh yeah, you could have Malta if the Kingdom of Two Sicilies approves. Gain 20 extra stability. Lose Malta as a core. Becomes core of Knight Hospitaller. Bailiwick of the Knights Hospitaller gains 100 opinion of us. Papal States likes us more. And if we say fuck off, the Papal States lose 25 opinion of us. So we have 20 opinion. We haven't got to National Assemblies yet. That's gonna be next month. With 20 stability, we could enact National Assemblies, or at least replace the current reform that I want to replace this with, and then be back up to 20 right away. Malta has 25,000 Maltesers. They're in the Tunis market, they're at low control. I'd be losing out on cotton. That's not the worst thing. I'd be gaining 20 stability for a place that isn't very well developed and at the fringe of the fringe. It's kind of the historical option too. Okay. Malta. Just the location of Malta. So it falls under Val di Noto. Val di Noto is going to be one location short. Alright, give me 20 stabs. Malta, the bailiwick of the Knights Hospitaller. They're at 120 opinion now. They got no rivals selected. They don't want to be allies. I give them so much. And they don't even want to be allies to help protect themselves. Fine. See if I care. Taking Malta off the patrol route now. Alright, more money. And then National Assemblies. 40 stability. To switch out. Feudal nobility, right? I'll lose some noble estate satisfaction. Oh. Has at least one of these. Estate parliament we have. Has at least one of these. peasant republic government reform, or commoner estate represented in parliament. So we can't do the National Assembly yet. I don't think I'm gonna be switching to peasant republic. Nobles less happy under a peasant republic. A form of government in which the crown, nobility, and clergy are very weak or non-existent. High degree of autonomy to the commoners. Oh, that'll never work out. It's never going to catch on. Production efficiency up. Commoners in public, yes. Decentralization, on free subjects. Represented in parliament. Is it a state privilege? Okay. It's an estate privilege. They currently have communal lands and hunting privileges. Can I give them representation in parliament? Commoners in the administration, they're allowed in cabinet, but not in parliament. Represented in parliament. Commoners in parliament equals yes. Monthly progress towards free subjects, yes. Commoners are a lot more happy about that. Granting our lower populace a seat in our main assembly will give a voice to the commoners of our country and assure greater rights for them. Oh man. Oh man. They're up to 1% power now. Okay, let's fuck the nobility further. Replace feudal nobility with national assemblies. Policies will be cheaper to enact. Less parliament request support needed. Will become more innovative, more free subjecty. So, as a defining quality of our country, we're an autocracy with a royal decree, but are open to national assemblies. $76 to revoke, 41 to revoke, so priestly stuff we can more easily remove. I think I want to get rid of the apostolic tax. The power I don't care about. The slight happiness I don't care about. The Pope gets to take money from me every once in a while I care about. What I also care about is I kinda gotta pee. So, let me make another save here. We'll put on the pretty world map and then I'll BRB for a bit. And you can see how much of Finland Sweden has been gobbling up. There, back in a few. Whatever it is I got out there right now is so loud, it straight up sounds like a snowblower. Anywho. Cover your eyes, cover your eyes! Almost 1,000 population per month. Little tiny dip over there. Little tiny dip at the end there, little tiny one. But it's going up at least. Progressively going up. We'll get even more once we get Province absorbed in, Pisa absorbed in. Who should I work on next after that? Siena, Bologna. We got a Perugia in the way. I don't mind like Pisa and Province here because that's a lot of sea. So they'll annex normally. And I'll just have to build a few roads to make sure things go inland. We got some coast with Bologna, but I think I'd want to build roads through Perugia to get to Bologna to link it over. Volterra, I should also see about annexing. They're okay with me. Though I do gotta put more investment into my diplomats now that I got capacity, maximum diplomats, monthly diplomats, mostly of subjects. I just want to get a diplomat every few months. So 0.15 is fine. 70 ducats a month is fine. My chair constantly sinking is not fine. I lost enough inches carrying heavy rucksacks up and down the army for a few years. I don't need my chair lowering even more inches on me, thank you very much. Improving opinion of province we no longer need. Cancel the improvement. To grant myself a little bit more diplomatic freedom. Volterra is tiny, but they're right on the border there anyway. I ought to eat them up. Once I get more diplomats in. Got storm coming. Weatherfront and Dezelburg towards Florac. It's gonna hit the mountains, it'll dissipate before it gets here. Unless it rises up, builds even more energy, and comes down as a typhoon. Casus Belli I can't really use. Who is occupying all of Navarra? Occupied by the Papal State? Is the Papal State actually kicking ass for the Lord? Minus 39.51. War started by the Papal States. And 19 friends. Versus Bohemia. And 48 friends. Poland helping out Bohemia. And getting devoured for their efforts. Who's that? Livonian Order? Teutonic Order? That's occupying these parts? Occupied by Papal States. Okay, so yes, but they swapped the ownership over. Hungary being reasonable and not getting involved in these petty disputes. Also, I should pay off my loan. Debt 236. Thanks, Pope. Martine. We have roads going here already, right? No, we don't. Now we will. Franakayada. There's no way we could afford it. Yeah, 111. So next month. And now that we have one extra diplomat, little tiny insignificant Volterra will consider you adjoining between Bologna and Pisa and start absorbing you. We could cancel the status. We won't do that. By 220 over time. This is going to be an easy one to devour. What more privileges could I give to my peasants? And first let me check my values. Innovative. We're slowly bleeding over. Sunt in regno die. Gives towards traditionalist. That's minus 0.05. Religious literacy. Really? Gives more traditionalist over innovative. Average literacy is plus 0.01, works of art is 0.01, National Assembly is 0.10, Education of the People 0.05, and then Free Thinker gives a 0.1. So without which, our innovative per month would be 0.02. So, more innovative I want to get. Better literacy, pays for itself. Cultural influence, embrace institution cheaper. Spiritualist versus humanist. We're currently going towards spiritualist. But I think I care more about humanist. Conversion or religious minorities are just heretics that are very, very minor. But if I could assimilate my people into Neapolitans faster, then that'd be more national unity. Aristocracy versus plutocracy. Cheaper cost of court, trade efficiency, but right now it's not too much of a difference. Work towards 5 discipline. We're officially free subjects. We're no longer serfs. The 2 Sicilies have broken the yoke of serfdom. And we are 2.35% free subjects. 0.25 free subjects each month due to hunting permits, representation in parliament, and national assemblies cannot be pushed further than 25. 25 free subjects would be great. That's still going to be... what would it be? 2.5% less food consumption for peasants and laborers. 25% pop promotion speed across the country. 0.025 monthly prosperity, but it's still something. Belligerent we keep building up. At peace gives a minus 0.10. At war, it must be boosting this whenever we go to war. Quality phenomenal, can't push further than 19.6. Offensive versus defensive, we're right in the middle, basically. Fort maintenance is what's giving more defense over offense. Land versus naval. Traditional economy is very nearly maxed. 81.95 and changing by 0.02 towards capital each month. Most profitable employee first employment system. Percentage of burgers giving us 0.01. Trade income versus tax base is giving us more. But we have a lot of peasants and the nobles control mining operations. Individualism versus communalism is basically, do I want pop migration speed faster? Or do I want revoked privileges cheaper? And very minor estate satisfaction. Land rights, levies, royal marriage rights, primacy of nobility for discipline and quality, galley maintenance and naval. Galley maintenance only. We got more boats and galleys now. That's kind of an obsolete... If they want to be in charge of our obsolete Mediterranean fleet, then okay. Building road rights, but they never do. Market fairs for prosperity. Navy maintenance and shipbuilding speed. Plutocracy. What else could I give my commoners? Communalism, rural migration attraction, decentralization and free subjects. What's the current push towards free subjects again? 0.25, right? So free subjects is already doing great. And decentralization, an extra 0.2. Would bring us to 0.18 centralization per month. We're basically at as max as it can get for now. Commoners and administration is decentralization. We can't have that. Free subjects and smaller peasant levies. I think I'm okay with smaller peasant levies, because that's our workers. Free mobility for common people. Migrate, migrate. Nobles less happy. We get more free subject. Worse production efficiency of -4. But if we counter that with a capitalist economy or capital economy, then it could be absorbed. Except that's monthly progress towards traditional economy. Upper class are vultures, devouring the fruits of hard peasant labor, contributing nothing in return. Sees a means of production will place the future of our nation and its people in our own hands. So, if we do this, it's only a -4 production efficiency. How to balance it? We would have to do a lot of things to give capital economy. We could do a capital economy that does put the means of production in the hands of the people, with enough capital gain to overcome traditional economy growth. Just happiness for the people, less food consumption for smaller RGO size, and 10% more, 0.10 more for free subject. So I could give them partial yield. Award the common people access to a portion of that land's yield every year. We could just call that a tax rebate. Nobility's very unhappy right now. But less food consumption means things are going to be cheaper. And free subject boost. I'll take it. %2 power of the commoners. Holy shit. Burgers, is there anything I want to give you right now? We can give you a little bit more power to get market attraction 5%. I don't know if 5% market attraction is going to be that big of a dent. Cheaper building costs and plutocracy. I think I do want to steer towards plutocracy. More burgers in towns and cities, which are more people working in production buildings, which nobles don't do. Trade efficiency, cheaper cost of court, and discipline is all I get from here. That's it. Everything else, more nobles, who cares? More noble power, please no. More expensive court, please no. 0.56 towards aristocracy each month. So much I gotta work against. Capital economy and trade capacity. Commercial advisory council. Adept in matters of maritime and land trade. Benefit commercial capabilities at home and abroad. Monthly inflation down. Innovative. If we give burghers control over monetary policy. Control over coinage. Minting threshold and gold and silver output. We don't have that much gold and silver. So I don't know if I want to give them 50% power yet. Innovative and capital economy for guild investments. Divert a portion of their funds towards making improvements of our production processes. Could? An extra 0.10 towards innovative, an extra 0.05 towards capital. We're at 0.03 so far, and deep in traditional. So it might be time to empower our burghers more. Land of commerce. Pride ourselves of being a nation that takes great care of its burghers, ensuring they have access to legal representation, can move around swiftly as needed, and have the freedom to transport their goods as they see fit. Its immediate production efficiency. Maritime presence. Lessen trade capacity to double burger trade capacity. Tax efficiency up. How efficient the country is collecting tax. If it's positive, could increase the amount of tax countries can get from the estate. Better innovative, better tax efficiency. But there's been a graph there. Burghers take less tax overall. It might be a fair trade-off. Less maximum taxation, but better tax efficiency overall. Increase the amount of tax countries can get from their estates. Okay, let's give things that give boost to capital economy and production efficiency both. Just cost 4.5 legitimacy. Plutocracy. Cheaper buildings, barely. Commercial Advisory Council for more trade capacity and progress towards capital. I don't know about control over monetary policy, though. Innovation and capital economy. Giving them so many privileges. Development and innovative. 0.001 is a lot of zeros. Treasury rights is tempting, though. An extra 0.1 for innovative and 10% tax efficiency. trade capacity and 0.05 for capital. We're at 0.13 now, so be at 0.18 if we give them that much too. The nobles very much hate me, and they're going to hate me for a good long while. 19.78%, which means at this level, there's a trick to it, right? At this level, they're going to have an equal amount of growth at no tax as at max tax. So they're going to get max tax anyway. Until they get closer to 23, and then I'll raise it up. Commoners and burghers are super happy, so let's go ahead and raise an equilibrium 60 and 60. It's still 10 over. Cultural investment is at 0 now. Money is spent on artists so they can create better works of art, and increases the prestige of the country. If I max out the slider, 4.85, that drops a minus 0.2 prestige drain to merely 0.1. The nobles are stupidly dissatisfied, and so we keep getting a constant minus anyway. Prestige decay minus 2.7, nobles dissatisfied minus 0.06. Western schism 0.05. Is that the presence of vassal subjects to give plus 0.09 alone? That's it? Works of art give 0.03. So more works of art. And what do we have here? New policies available. Education of the masses. Alright. So we're currently doing religious teachings, which gives towards spiritualist, but gives max literacy of 5, 5, 5, and 5 for burghers, peasants, laborers, soldiers, and max 10 for nobles and clergy. Individual apprenticeships gives 10% max literacy for burghers to join the clergy and the nobles, and better trade advantage. That's it? That's all we get? We have religious teachings, we could do uneducated. Presbyterian education towards innovative, and everyone gets an equal plus 5%. Nobles and clergy get less education, but we get more innovation all around. Epic tradition. Secular education gives institution growth plus 25. And max literacy of plus 10. I think... There's a lot of peasants. If we increase our max literacy to 5%, or by 5%, that's a lot of people who get educated, even if this is monthly progress towards spiritualist. I don't know if I want to adjust it right now. Because right now we get 10-10 for nobles and clergy, then 5 each for burghers, peasants, and laborers, and soldiers. Peasants and laborers, peasants especially, are the biggest population group there is. If I raise it by 5 for burghers, That's not doing all that much as far as I can tell. I think we'll maintain the status quo here. Legumes is unprofitable. To the Tunis market. Iron, we could do more iron. Get more iron from Lisboa. And export some weapons in Tunis. Genoa's down to 17.44. They're making some fast progress. At this rate, the coalition is going to dissolve once more. Now, where else I want to put these roads? Roads going there, roads going there. Melfi doesn't have roads going down. There's a little dead end over here, but it's got... Well, maybe once that connects, that's going to turn around that way. Oh, we got some actual 2s there. A 14. Only a band of teens here from 17, 18, 18. You know, the 17 there in Sicily is almost fully out of the teens now. Orsini, my third cousin. We got so many single debutantes here. Truces. 3 more years for Bohemia. Then maybe we could join the Pope with his Hussite War. I don't mind trying to spit in the eye of Bohemia again. Following countries might join a coalition. For the most part, they have. '78, '72, Cagliari, Borea. They have until when again? 15. Andrew Caroli. We'll keep them balanced. How are my kids doing? 15 years old, little Carl Andrew. 192.85. When's his birthday? 28th of June. Next year! Next year, my boy is going to be a man. He might not have my military prowess, but he's still phenomenal. An excellent administrator. An excellent diplomat. Wild Game. Jewelers Guild, not profitable. Eh. Any more gems I can call in? I don't have the capacity for it yet. We got plenty of gems though. We don't have enough. Tunis Market again, get out of here. Get out of here, Tunis Market. There, a few more gems to hopefully drop the inputs for my jewelers guilds. And maybe, if I export some more jewelry, then the creation of demand might make it more profitable than you. Well, just wind and storm damage. It's never... We never get the actual, like, rainstorms that improve productivity of my fields. It's only ever windstorms that make landfall on me. $54. There. Maybe the network will drag up more control for more proximity. We got some nice 30s down here thanks to the bailiffs. Max literacy 5%. You're due when? June of next year? My little boy gets to grow up into a man of the exact same year we get Academia Potentiania. Proximity's a bit grim up here, though. We've been neglecting it for a bit. Let's connect these roads. I'm guessing they won't let me build another one for just $8. Love of the devoted. Our love of the true faith knows no bounds, and our people feel secure and safe knowing this. Their fate after death is our number one concern. The people are pleased. Clergy gets to be happier for a while again. $130. It is a little bit more rugged around here. Hills to what's that? Plateau to plateau. $5.66 inflation, so keep it going for a while yet. Genoa is in the positives now. Beloved Crown Prince dies! A strange fever has claimed the life of the king's beloved Crown Prince. Crown Prince Karl Anjou dies. On the cusp of his 16th birthday. My 192.85 son. His late Royal Highness died from a fever. Well, 13 years old. Should we give you... We can't give it expensive education yet. My golden boy has been slain. The natural continuation of the next generation of rulers. We're gonna go from a near divine king in stats to mediocrity. What is this, a republic? I do like the increase of religious influence for losing my favorite son. It's like, oh shit, our bad. He's with heaven now, so here's some extra Pope points. Whose side are you on, Genoa? You have a vassal there, Gazaria. Alliances, but no wars. Frederick has died. Don't care about him. I'll exchange 10 of him to get one of my son back. "13 years old, and we're just now giving you an expensive education. Don't squander this brat. She's gallant. She'll have okay. Medium okay. Diplomacy and martial. But not so good administration. So crown power and proximity is going to be a little bit worse. Oh, well. What's the fist? Nobility insurgents is up to 80 now. 80.37. They really, really don't like all the privileges we gave to the burghers. There, they're at 22 now. They were just one integer away from the next one up. So we'll get them chasing towards 35. Bertram's come of age. Everybody else gets to have their kids and I don't. Max literacy up. That was gonna be my boy's birthday present. He would turn 16 years old, become a man, and we'd increase literacy. Now they're just rubbing in my face. 15 years of age. He was almost a man. He was like 1 month away. And all these guys are worthless. Coalition disbanded. Thank you, Genoa. They finally left it, so we don't have to care about Genoese anymore. They're taking pity on me because I lost my son. Perugia, you stand between me and joining Bologna. Who's your allies? Papal States, Verona, Brescia, Genoa, and Lucca. Pope. Should I try to get more of an alliance out of you? You got a lot of alliances. What year is it? 1409? So we can't do beg for money. We can't, no. Not until... We can, but we can't. Using favors, lose diplomatic reputation they refuse, but opinion in base. Oh, they hate me still in Pope land. Okay, let's improve opinion here. Hungary, we have 56 favors owed. Hungary could give us 800 money, the Pope could give us 800 money, so it doesn't make a difference. Aragon, we could ask money from them if we had a few more favors. Okay, Hungary. You've helped us out a lot to make us more even, give us cash. Got our roads built down, proximity is looking a little bit less red. Assisi, finally got your road. Spoleto, finish up that connection. And then let's get a road from Ardi to Tarime. Then from Tarime, we'll go up the mountain. Already a road. Oh, there it is. It's going through that and not over the pass. That's why I didn't see it. Connecting here also. So let's put to Solano. And from Solano over to here. And then we'll join these roads in the middle, and then build it down that way too. Heard rumor that the best time to remove some privilege is when an estate revolts. When they revolt, a certain amount of their power is taken away because they've lost a population that wants to fight against me. Currently 74.71 to revoke on the nobility. There, 0.3 a month. Try to get a few more whole integers there. Because if I can get it to the point where I go as low as 0 or not too far after, I don't want to lose a 23.48 pop promotion speed though. Promotion is so good. Because so many guys have to promote from peasants to laborers, from peasants to soldiers, in some places up to burghers to maintain numbers. Apple States has joined the coalition. Well, lucky for us, we're trying to improve our relations with the Pope, and since they're now the leader of the coalition, that means this new coalition is going to dissolve. See, what happened is this went backwards. He turned to the drink after his son died. Or before his son died. It should have been afterwards. Sandstorms again. Luca joins coalition. They're not going to beat it for long. The Pope's only at minus 64. More RGOs. More RGOs to what? Focus on the food first again. We got plenty of iron that's still filling out people. Or is it done? No, iron is already maxed out for folks. Max out my iron. More fruit. More olives. More wheat. Oh, that's maxed out over there. I can't do more wheat. Lumber got loads. More livestock. Fruit is in need, and my people constantly have. Right? Population needs. Naples only needs pearls. Naples only needs pearls now. That's pretty cool. We've completely consumed every other need. So I don't have to focus so much on fruits. How's my rebels doing here? 87.57. Rate of 1.4 a month. I say bring it. How many rebels do we have of the nobles? Oh! It's a little bit... I thought it was just going to be all in Sardinia. But I guess it's all of our nobles who hate me. How much do they got? 12,000 noble insurgents. That's about half my military. And were they good and be? I think I should get rid of some castles. Orte's over on that side, right? I don't care about Orte. Spoleto, RT. Your castles were important once before, but if these guys are gonna go to war, then you don't get a castle. You don't get a castle. Hold on. Love that BF can't even get off of his seat to let the cat out the door when he's scratching. But there. Now that all of them don't have any castles to claim, all I have to do is kill their armies? Wait. No. Nobility insurgents is in green. Whoop! Onyx baby, It's not lunchtime yet. It's an hour early. I know, baby. It was so stinky in your dad's room, wasn't it? I opened the door and it's like a Cheech and Chong movie. That's a bit scary. Onyx, find a place to be, baby. Come on. Quit going in circles. You want to be cute for a second to Onyx? Come here, Onyx. Come over here. Come over here. Oh, listen to that purring. I hate to say it, Onyx, but I think even you recognize who your true dad is now. Right, Onyx? So, nobility insurgents totaling 23 people. Neapolitan Catholic nobles. 71 people. 275 people in Salerno. 1,000 people. So how come in some parts it's pink and in other parts in green? If I'm just looking at the same folk. Neapolitan Catholic nobles. Neapolitan Catholic nobles. Median Catholic nobles. I think I might have to give them a bribe. Onyx, you got your own water. Go on, buddy. Your water's in the living room. How much to bribe him? 754. Is this gonna be a game-ending thing? First, we lose our son. Then, the nobles are so unhappy. They don't have the entire country, though. Surely, we would have our own capital at least. What if I delete some buildings that add noble power? Bailiffs, we have 11 bailiffs, right? And that gives local power doubled. If I delete those, then they'll have even less, right? Right? $91.89. We could see what a rebellion that looks like this does. Oh, look at that. We got bits of Sardinia that don't have noble insurgents in it. I'm thinking maybe it's just an overlap of different things, maybe? Because we're showing Sardinian patriots there, too. Move along, Onyx. You want to go in the window? Go ahead, Onyx. You could sunbathe in the window if you want. But really, who could have predicted that giving the burghers so much power would make the nobles very unhappy to not be sharing in that power? Pope, you still hate me enough to not want to ally? Minus 133? Our activities are hidden. Due to our excellent spies, our espionage activities are carefully hidden and sealed from both enemy and allied eyes alike. Our spies are so good, not even I see them. This has proven very useful to the past, and will surely be especially useful to the future. Hidden agents. For 10 years. All I get... Hey, Toasty. Toasty, you have your own water. I gave you water this morning, so you don't have to put your paws into my cup, little poo boy. What you looking, Toasty? You want to go over there to the stool? Alright. I'll move my cup over here. Of course, my noble insurgents don't quite understand. Well, they might have the land, I have the sea here. Gold export is unprofitable. Trade route maintenance is overcoming it. Eh. Export more books to Venetia. Get more demand for books there. How's the markets looking anyway? Naples has such a bigger chunk now of central Italy. Haven't gained or lost any more land in Sicily and Sardinia. No. We got landfall. We got landfall in Sardinia to slowly start devouring Genoa. Just a few short months from now. It's okay, Toasty, it's just a game. There's not really going to be thousands of nobles coming for my head. Could I raise them now? I could... What if I raise them now to consolidate them before before the risk that they rise up, immediately go for capital or something? We can only raise army levies or naval levies of the countries at war or facing their... But... It's at 94.7. And rising. We're basically already at war. You know, the music is way too quiet. I've tried 100% music density, I've tried 0% music density. I'm just gonna put on 0% music. Open up YouTube. Find the EU5 playlist OST. And play that instead. Not 1 hour of one video. Give me the actual fucking playlist. Come on, come on. Playlist, since YouTube is less than useful. Okay, play all. Now where is that shuffle button? Shuffle playlist? Loop playlist? It's so nice having actual music in the game, isn't it? Maybe I should have got to those artilleries, those handgunners, those men-at-arms already. But the good news is my road networks have improved pretty well. Got roads going all the way up this way. Wait, they don't connect to the CC. Too tawdy. Alright, that's the next one. There, now we got it. Got roads going all the way over. Winding it around. Sonato time. Sonato time. Right before the nobles rebel. Do you think the Sonato might help us out here? I chose Napoli, right? Napoli. Host army exercises. Army tradition decay down, and more army tradition. Thank you, nobles. Expand gravel node. Now you want to expand gravel road network. Build time. Road cost. When the debate passes, societal value changes by 10 towards centralization. It cannot push further than 37.71. So pushing it to... where's it at now? 39? It'd be at 49.77 if this passes, because it gives a plus 10 towards centralization. More power, more proximity. Loyalty of subjects, liberty, desire. That's probably going to be more useful when we have colonial nations. Census gives population growth and stability. Well, I do like the sound of extra centralization, and 13 isn't too far away. Hey, good Onyx. $97.6. Maybe I want to see how this rebellion looks before we do Sonato. Well, I mean, on the one hand, when the nobles revolt, they're gonna lose a whole lot more power, and so clergy and burghers have become more powerful, right? So, Let's do that. Let's get that extra centralization. We got so little support now. Focus on land for 7. That'll get us towards 39. And I'll still have so far to go. Improve the opinion of Limburg. Oh, I do like some blue cheese. Support spiritualist ideas. Naval support. Burghers are able to lose anything if you lose naval tradition. And then lose army tradition, just lose them both. There. Everybody happy now. 59 raising towards 60. 57 raising towards 60 by 1.2. 62 raising towards 68. And the nobles hate me anyway. They hate me anyway, I might as well tax them out. So if I did try to bribe them, which I can't yet, 757 to gain 10% to state satisfaction. Lose 5 prestige and tilt the needle by +2 towards free subjects. It's already 11.45. It's already 11.45 free subjects and moving by 0.35 a month. Let me see that. We got some free subjects here. Smaller maximum tax, smaller consumption, quicker pop promotion speed. Okay, it's June. Next month they're gonna pop. Edvig, 15 years old, 32, 60, 60. I don't blame you for not being your brother. Prodigy, expensive education. Even if you can't be queen, you'll make a phenomenal cabinet member. '20th of June, 21st of June, 22nd. '29, 30, 1st of July, and then Civil War. So it's not everywhere then, it's basically just the areas in pink, I think. It seems that the Sicilian nobles are behind creating a civil war. Who told you? How did we find out? Given its great influence over the politics of our country, it would be easy to assume that all Senato members attended parliamentary sessions with great enthusiasm, eager to do the most they can with the power that they have been entrusted with. This, however, is far from the case. In any given Senato, there'll always be some that never show up, either because they're still enjoying their estates in the countryside or because they decided to partake in the many joys of the capital. The problem has grown more and more lately, and we fear that foreign dignitaries are laughing at us behind our backs. No, they wouldn't do that to our country. We could fine those who are absent during the debates to increase attendance, But of course these members of the Senato would not take very kindly to that. Lose stability. Nothing we can do, lose prestige. Okay, so... they got no castles at least. All I have to do is find them. They got levy navies. Find them and kill them. $19,000 soldiers, wahoo. At least our integration's still going on here. And we lost no Senato support. Whew. We don't have any of our Sicilians, though, sadly. I think the best course of action. Board here. I shall join the army directly myself. We'll take back Sicily first. These guys are tiny, they're gonna get gobbled up. There's nobody nearby right now, so just drop them. In Salemi. Got him. Completely wipe them out. There's more of them on the move. And our armies didn't exactly move there. Whoops. Meant to. Okay, fishing boats, fishing boats. The fishing boats look so much nicer compared to the galleys. The galleys kind of look ancient, don't they? We'll move towards the cities first. What's this? Hiring to raise a navy. Well, we could see them there. Palmy! Palmy got turned around. Oh, since we got... nobles are still at 26.96% power, yeah, so... if I were to look at the estates, 26 power. Oh boy, 66.97 to revoke. It went down by 10. Aristocracy, but better tax efficiency. Tax efficiency is at 5% right now because of land rights. Did I not give the burghers tax efficiency too? Hey Mace, what's up? You're pointing at Onyx? Aristocracy. We're still very heavily into aristocracy. Hungary could join in, but they gotta march all the way down. They're not gonna make it. This is entirely a two Sicilies, bits of Sardinia affair. Boyfriend's weed is so stinky. If I were to play the ever-popular game of is that skunk or is that weed, right now I would lose. Well, it's very stinky.
Well, honestly.
Onyx doesn't want to go into the stinky room. That's why he was scratching so hard to come out.
If I go in the stinky room, give me him.
Onyx! I think he's gonna give you a walk, Onyx. Come on down, Onyx. Onyx!
Where are you on the balcony?
Oh, the balcony. You're not gonna take him for a walk? Well, Onyx, it's some fresh air and sun. Come on. Alright, 71 per month, got lots and lots of money. Their tiny army moved out there. A burger commander to take them on. There's not too many there, guys. We'll wipe things out over here. And then we'll take on the next. Where are you going? Spartivento Cape, which side's that? Messina, Spartivento. Have I conquered more Italians and made them buy me? I've actually got my nobles to fully revolt against me. So in a way we're kind of conquering, since they've decided they would rather have independence from me. Oh, to pay me. Well, not since the last time now. But we are trying to absorb Provence and Pisa into us. We lost a coalition and gained another, so at the very least, we're in a safe position. And they have fleets over here. Alright, they got some armies on the move. They're scattered at least. 1,000 here, 1,000 there.
Maximum pool.
Oh, damn. The known Dark Senate, thank you very much for the sub. Enjoy. You guys are heading towards Sidori. Where's Sidori? Oh, gains food from. They're not moving them. Catch them! You do apologize for earlier, Peace Treat? Oh, don't worry about it. I know that you were just enthusiastic. I took no offense, I promise. If anything, that is overly generous as a peace treaty, so I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. Almost finished over here. Boat against boat has lost. I should have waited for morale to come back up. We got more army than them. We have commander. We have more fronts than them. It's 2 against 1. Except it's 13. Once more, I have everyone all in. I have the numerical superiority, but everyone all in one flank. Why does it keep doing that by default? It's almost as if I gotta like manually go in, press the button, and rebalance troops to make sure they aren't all on one side. And the center just 13 guys at half morale is not gonna work. Luckily, at that scale, it didn't matter. But that's why Bohemia kicked... Okay. Alright, in this case it's because we've only got... What do I call this? 2 regiments? 2 units? One is 252, one has 11. But I think I would rather the center hold. We left some guys behind here. Let's go pick them up. Before somebody gets any bright ideas. I'm glad to see all of my my junior personal union members joining in on this war. Now that we got a lot of it done. Okay, well these 2 siege down in Sicily. Who to go to next? 14 stack, 22 stack? We'll go to Matera. Maybe Sant'Arcangelo? Because we'll probably get there first. They've been marching so much, their army is down to 0 guys. I've had that happen. That's alright, Sicilian nobles, we all made that mistake. You would like to connect as contacts regardless if I ever play or not? Is it possible? Sure, I'm down to friends. I got the contact information below if you want to like join Discord. Is pretty quiet. If you want to join Blue Sky, or not on Blue Sky. I definitely don't mind keeping in touch. If you want to join the Discord, you can, but like I said, it's a very quiet Discord. It's not exactly the height of activity here. But also, there has been a rash of spam bot accounts recently joining up to whisper DMs all up and down. So, do know that I had to change the settings of the Discord to application to join. It's not exactly dentistry, but might have to write a bit to get through. But as long as you sufficiently prove that you're not a bot, then it should be pretty safe and harmless for you. Ooh. Alright, hold on. I got the boats here. Quick escape. I thought he was gonna come up to start sieging some stuff down. They're after blood. My nobles are just after as much Sicilian blood as they can kill. And they're so distraught to find nobody. There you go. There's somebody to play with. Full party wipe. Perfect. Okay, you guys go down here while we go find some more soldiers to slaughter. They got 2 stacks over there. They're probably to come down to Gaeta. We'll arrive in Cernia. Where's Cernia? Oh, they're heading out this way then. Alright. Well, they're heading out that way first. That should be their main force then. We took out a pretty big stack over here. Decent size, and then these two. And hey, chillin' chum! With your 3-watch streak now. Really showing off that devotion, chillin' chum? Was today another shoveling snow day? Kind of envious, you get to shovel snow. We got to enjoy a nice amount of rain. Some really cool weather right now, but never enough for snow, sadly. It was a help mom prepare for a thing tomorrow day. Aww. That's pretty good too. You have a question, Dark Senate? By all means, what you got? I'm in the US, right? But which state? Right now, I am in California. Power of the clergy has never relied on the state itself. Rather, it is in many ways the clergy who lend their legitimacy to the king through their tie to the spiritual realm. A combination of deft political maneuvering, fear-mongering, and generous donations from our subject have lately cemented the power of this estate. And where am I from originally? Originally, I am from way out in the West Pacific. Around here-ish, I think. Born on Guam, raised 3 islands up in Saipan. On Dad's side, great-grandpa Fortunato was from someplace in Calabria, and then came over stateside sometime after World War I. And on Mom's side, we come from Palau, which is very close to Saipan. It's basically, you got the Marianas over here, playable Yap, and then Palau, and all this interaction and stuff we got going on in history, none of which we could play in-game. We have Yap, but Yap can't interact with any of its cousins. Not Asia, to the east of Asia. And that's it, just a state satisfaction. When the text said, have cemented the power of the estate, and then just an okay, I thought it was going to be a random estate power benefit, or rather estate power growth, random estate power growth. That's cool. Just more happiness for a while. Though speaking of estates and their satisfaction, should I take advantage of this current civil war? $60. It's getting cheaper, I think, as I slaughter more nobles. So why accept the application or my admins? The funny thing is, like I said, my Discord is really tiny, so the admins is basically me. So the answer is yes and yes. Noble levy size, combat efficiency. Technically Asian? Nah, Pacific Islander. Asia is more this continent that expands from here all the way out there. We are in the ocean. Asia is over there. Now there is a lot of overlap, of course, like Indonesia, Philippines. One could make argument that these people, that people, would fall under Pacific Islander. But the understanding is a lot of that is Southeast Asia. It could be contentious of the Philippines because there's a bit of prestige in saying, no, we're not Pacific Islander, we're Asian. But the counterpoint of that is they don't want to be seen as Pacific Islander because that's seen as too not as prestigious. But there's a bit of blurring, for sure, at the boundaries between what counts as Asian, what counts as Pacific Islander. Like, not to pick on the Philippines in particular, right? I like to joke that the only people who get to actually celebrate Asian American Pacific Islander would be the Filipinos, because they're the only ones that could qualify for both Asian American and Pacific Islander. But, you know, we got similar people who are cousins with each other and who don't have vast differences between them in a lot of cases, especially when it comes to like Indonesia and Melanesia. There's a bit of colonial history where you might have, say, a Southeast Asian state with suzerainty over objectively Pacific Islander people. But once you get onto like Micronesia, which is the island group I'm from, or Polynesia, then it's a whole lot more stark. Now we're not Asian, we're Pacific Islanders. Is the Pacific Island considered its own continent? It's an ocean, but typically people tend to lump it towards Oceania, which is supposed to be like Australia, New Zealand, and the rest of the Pacific Islands, but in practice is mostly just Australia and New Zealand. On a technical basis, you could say it's Oceania, but me, I'm perfectly fine saying that, you know, if we're going to be large ocean states, what's wrong with simply representing the ocean more than the continent as well? Indonesia, technically Polynesia? No. Indonesia's all the way up here, like hooking off the Malay Peninsula towards the archipelagos that makes up Indonesia. And then you got Melanesia, which is pretty much adjacent and overlapping in parts with Indonesia. Micronesia, for all the little tiny islands in the northern part. And then Polynesia is more of a band that stretches from, let's say, roughly New Zealand up towards Hawaii, scooping through that way. The venomous reptiles. Let's see, I know that Komodo dragons are pretty venomous. In Saipan, we've got some pretty big monitor lizards, but nothing too dangerous. I think as far as reptiles go for the Mariana Islands, the most danger we got is a brown tree snake, and that was introduced. It is more dangerous for the small birds, primarily. So pretty lucky in that regard, you know? Growing up in the islands, getting to explore the jungles with the dogs, and the most dangerous thing we had was a risk of stepping on invasive snail. Though I do suppose that swimming in the ocean, sometimes I'd see like the black and white band of the sea crate, the highly venomous sea crate, poking out from a rock or behind some coral. But, you know, never got too close to them. On that subject, you would think growing up on the water, I would have learned by now how to drink water without choking on it. Ah! And Hordian, hello, also with a 3 streak. It wasn't a muted guinea, no, sorry Hordian. It was a guinea choking on his own water. Or Twitch being stupid, but I think it was just me choking and having to mute the mic. Meaning the mic covered the voice for a second. "6,000 provincial soldiers coming in. Imagine if we had access to their armies from since ages ago. We've had this personal union going on forever, and they've joined pretty much nearly none of our wars. Twitch was showing 100% volume but muted. Well, if I mute it from... and that doesn't mute the stream itself, it just mutes my audio input. But I guess if the music also from the game was not showing up, then I guess it was Twitch side. Twitch could be dumb. Wouldn't be the first time, wouldn't be the last. Cultural traditions, cultural influence, we got Renaissance court. We're the last ones to get the Renaissance, even Bohemia beat us to it. And we're probably the last to finally get a Renaissance court. And Dark Sonata, hello to you again. When you said earlier that I'm a villain, is that accurate? I'm sorry to say, Dark Senate, that I'm as soft as they come. I don't know if it's upbringing or what, but you're talking to someone who basically, despite all evidence of the world, still believes in the inherent goodness of people. That people tend to be good and only get steered towards wickedness and badness later on. And, you know, I'm someone who doesn't really like to hate. I don't have the energy to hate, and it doesn't even feel good to hate, so I try not to. In current climates, boy howdy, do people really want to deserve a little bit of hatred now and then, but for the most part, you know, I try to be optimistic, I try to see the good in people, I try to understand, okay, this is pretty shitty, but I see where they're coming from, why they did what they did. Except when someone doesn't help with the cats. Now, Hordia, and I do conquer the world quite often. But that's bringing benefit to people, though. I'm liberating them from their barbarity. Wife? No, boyfriend. I haven't got one of those wivesy bits. Got these guys moving. Sardinia is gonna be a piece of cake to take over, just Sidori after this one. My provincials. They're earning their keep. They got a lot of annexation left to go. They want to prove their worth to us. I think it should be safe to entrust these guys 5,000 troops. The boats aren't here, are they? It shows the boats. Boy, can I drop the guys then? The perfect villain voice? Oh, I appreciate that. Unfortunately, if there's one thing streaming has done, it's reinvoke the phenomena where you grow up your entire life hearing the internal acoustics of your voice, and then you hear your actual voice, and you hate it, right? It's taken me so long to get used to it. As far as I'm concerned, my voice sounds so much more nasally than I expected to. Discord invite, Chill and Chum, right below the stream. In the About area. Should have a couple of links to the Blue Sky, the YouTube channels, the Discord link. Should be there. I took it down for a little bit because of the bot problem, but I put it back in with a fresh invite. Yeah, there it is. And the forum that the free forum I made but haven't done anything with. Figuring, oh, Twitter's on fire again. It's gonna get worse, and it did. Clearly the solution is to go for forums once more. Blockaded ports. Where? Wait. That's me, you goof! I'm blockading my own port! Paradox games. I would have been surprised if they had actual boats up again. Another son, but none of my own. That's the biggest tragedy so far. Not that I'm at a lack of casus bellis, not that my nobles are revolting. But my eldest son actually died. And now I gotta marry off everybody else's children. While my own will never know the joy of getting a royal marriage. Practically 1 month before his birthday. A prodigy with 100 administrative, 92 martial, 92 diplomacy, 85 martial, taken by a fever a month before he would grow his first whiskers. Do I stream full-time? Kind of on a hobbyist basis. I do stream a bit more than I should. Between some certain life events and the rise of COVID and other things, I began streaming kind of to tide things over, kind of to keep busy with the hobby. If anything, I should stream less. Like, when I first began streaming, I was doing my teaching credentialing that I put on pause when a whole bunch of the world went south for a while. And I've been meaning to get back on that train. Does it seem like an income issue? Well, luckily, I've had some online investments and some savings that I could float myself off of. It's definitely not a lucrative thing, you know? Let me check something real quick in a different tab. Okay, still low. Might buy in soon eventually. It's definitely not sustainable. Privilege, more stubbornness. Man, if it was privilege, it wouldn't be in this rundown apartment that I'm probably paying too much for, but housing market as it is, what choice have I got? But one that's got mold in the bathroom, a fridge that's falling apart. Well, I guess there's some privilege to it. Having gone from army service to college, I had that GI Bill that basically made tuition good as free, and I got to pocket whatever else for the housing allowance that I wasn't spending. So it was basically money to go to school, right? Basically being paid to go to school. So between army savings and GI Bill money to be paid to go to college, it gave me a nice little buffer. I'm pretty sure it's mold in the bathroom, a little bit of speckling of dark on the ceiling. This place was actually a dump when we moved in. The previous property management company in charge of this apartment was so bad that when the new property management company bought this neighborhood, basically, and started renovating the unfinished or the empty units and looking to patch things up into filled units, they were aghast at how horrific, how destitute the state of this apartment complex is. No kid in Orange County! I was there just a couple of days ago. My grandfather lived in Costa Mesa, and so tragically he died recently, pretty much right after his 93rd birthday, and so the family came down to pay tribute to him. And so, boy do I know it, that the prices down there are something else. Thankfully, we're up here in Northern California, where it's at least a little bit more manageable. It's a little bit more rural, a little bit more small town. San Francisco is insane for sure. But, you know, we don't have to live in San Francisco, San Jose, anything like that, so... It's a bit more bearable, at least. These guys on the move, these guys doing... Changing stats of... Oh, alright, more prestige, more Sonato support. I'm already at my 50. With 17 days left to go. Cali is expensive, but it is kind of... In many ways, it does cancel itself out with some quality of life, some better wages, for sure. They killed my boats. The assholes killed my boats. Look at them back, it's just fleet levies. They snuck on in. Like, I've been around, of course, right? The Northern Marianas is still considered a territory of the US for now. And so I'm accustomed to how prices were growing up out there in the fringes. Lived in Missouri for a while. Texas, bit of stationing there. North Carolina, spent a lot of Army years in. So I know how other states can be. And it does kind of make me appreciate that while California is a bit more expensive, it's also a little bit more livable. Yeah. I had a girlfriend from Ohio that I visited once. You really could. Like, I think the standard of living is a bit better in California to such where if you're not rich and you don't live in the city, right? If you're like me, you live in a small town off in the fringe someplace, the prices aren't too bad. The grocery prices aren't too bad. If you're in the city, better hope you're making six figures. I can't imagine. But you really could just, like, take a California income, drop it someplace like Ohio, like Alabama, or someplace like that, and suddenly you're basically living like a king. Of course, the downside is that you'd have to live in those places. Which is fine for some. Like, I'm not gonna say, oh, such and such a state is the worst place in the world. I got my comforts. If it were up to me, I'd be back in the islands, right? Where most folks from the States would look and be like, oh my goodness, it's so behind. It's... you don't got this, you don't got that. But I'd be the most comfortable guy in the world without all the city luxuries of LA or San Francisco. Start my own gamer group and have them pay me. That is a thing, but that would take a whole lot more hype and charisma. Have barely inched into 400 followers on Twitch, and that's basically free. So, I don't think I'm quite at the level to get people to pay me for a group or anything like that. Manfredonia has revolted. Trend towards centralization. 42.65. That should be beyond where I'm able to raise my centralization natively. 52.65 centralization when I can't push further than 37.82. And because it's pushing towards centralization, that 52 cannot decay. That's a free head start. Oh, I appreciate that, Dark Senate. When I started streaming, of course, I had the ideas floating in my head. Oh, if I do this, if I do that, you know? Because nobody starts streaming wanting to just talk to themselves for 5 hours, right? But I've come to accept that this is basically a hobby project. And so, Not exactly gonna be the next ninja, as I used to say. Which I'm fine with. I'm having fun with it. I get to share the games that I enjoy with people who enjoy being shared games with. So it's been a fun experience, if nothing else. There's incense, but not a lot of it. Books. I'm still overflowing with books. If Genoa Market wants books, Genoa Market's gonna be my own pretty soon. Sell some more fine cloth to raise the value of that through demand. First I sound like a villain. Now I'm eccentric. I'm gonna keep taking it as a compliment, but I kind of feel like this is a backhanded kind now. Now I get ya. Oh, let's get more gems in. There's not too many noble lands remaining. If I want to use the Civil War as an opportunity to remove some noble privilege off the cheapness, then it's now or never. But it's bumped back up to 62.6. Usually it would be at 76, so this is still a discount. 1,500 on cloth before. Damn. The main thing for me is that cloth should be a high value item right now, but sometimes the buildings become less than profitable. So I figure that if I export it, then that becomes a demand. And if there's a demand for it, the price should go up, but if the price goes up, then people they'll quit quitting their jobs if the buildings become less than profitable. You might be used to unhinged VTubers. Oh, chill and chum. The funniest thing happened the other day, right? I woke up in the morning, and as I do, I roll over, I open up my laptop, I open up Twitch to see if anyone that I follow is online. They weren't, so I roll back around, get comfy in bed, pull up my phone, start browsing Blue Sky. And then Onyx climbs on over onto my bed, sits on my keyboard. Whatever, I don't mind him doing that. And then out of nowhere, I start hearing, "Thank you, thank you." And I think, wait a minute. That doesn't sound like anything I was watching last night. Onyx, what did you open? I turn back around, and I guess because I was on the front page, Onyx sat on the keyboard, and he must have somehow opened a VTuber. That was, I'm sure you know the pose, Shit and Chum. I know that we read similar genres. VTuber that was basically very open lingerie, and thighs basically knees up to her shoulders. Let's just say she was showing a lot of tail. And, now I know what kind of VTubers are cat watches. I mean, I guess with VTubers being so popular, I shouldn't be so surprised that it opened one up, but I didn't think that, that the cat would go after wolf girls. You know, natural enemies and all that. Okay, that's basically done over there. So, they don't need my help over here. That's all finished. So, it's basically just here then. Take Spoleto. Take this, and it's done. I never spent 1,500 on cloth. Man, I feel uncomfortable spending $20 on pants and shirts. Maybe it's me being naive and a bit provincial in growing up in Saipan and being used to clothes being so cheap, but I can never get used to clothes in America being as expensive as they are. Like even just t-shirts, pants, socks even. I feel like I'm paying through the nose just for basic clothes, let alone yardage of cloth. It's one of the things that I really, really miss about back when I dated British and used to visit the UK a lot, is oh my goodness, things were so much cheaper than back here in America. The price of one pair of OK pants, I could go to a Primark and buy maybe 3 pants or 5 shirts. And of similar quality, not even like having to go for real destitute quality things gonna fall apart on me. Right now, every other week I take $100 to Costco, to the grocery outlet, and I convert that into groceries. Sometimes I pay just like $30 if I just have to replenish on vegetables or whatever. Sometimes I'm paying $80 if I gotta replenish on meat and lots of pastas and other things that last longer. Whereas back in the UK, I could take 10 pounds and basically buy a whole week's groceries for my girlfriend at the time and I. Like even if they don't make as much in the UK compared to the US person for person, the pound is definitely going a whole lot further towards the individual than my own dollars here can. I really do miss that. Like, what a system, isn't it? They might not make as much money as the average American. They might pay a little bit more in taxes. And what do they get? Cheap clothes, cheap groceries, buses everywhere, trains that are an embarrassment for Europe, but felt like going to Disneyland for me. Ate at home a lot? I do. I can't really afford to eat out all the time. And even then I like cooking. Cooking for me is a labor of love. So I enjoy doing it. And even when I'm a bit lazy about it, right, I'm basically finding out, alright, basically spinach, mushroom, protein. Are we going to put it for pasta this time? Are we going to put it for soup this time? Are we going to make fried rice? Are we going to make curry? Even if it's like a lot of the same ingredients put towards different bases. It's still pretty fun to do, and I still make some pretty damn good stuff. It is messy, but sometimes that's a bit of the price to pay for cooking, you know? You're gonna cook, you gotta clean up a little. Although, I could also stand it to be a little bit less messy when I cook too. And for me it's not too bad anyway, because if I'm gonna be like washing a pot or pan, then I probably have my tablet with me, so I could watch some Twitch, watch some totally legal streaming services. So the leisure time I was gonna do anyway becomes the same dishes washing time. Okay, we've only got this one province left. They got no more armies. And so the price has gone up. 63.69 to revoke on them. Noble Navy isn't as important as it used to be to me because that's galley maintenance only, not my entire fleets. So my carracks don't matter. Discipline and quality I like, so I don't mind my nobility functionally being a hereditary officer corps. I am perfectly alright with that, though we do see the danger of having a hereditary military officer corps in them rebelling against me every time they're unhappy. Your mom pays for all that's what's a plus. I will admit that when we went down to Southern California for the funeral, I did figure, well, if mom's really gonna offer, then I guess I'll go ahead and enjoy all these eating out situations. Big omelets for breakfast, lattes that I normally wouldn't order for myself. Royal marriage rites. It's more efficient cabinet, if slightly. Though it does give plus 0.5% power to the nobles. Nobles who are currently at 26 power. Currently. I'm sure once they get their blood back up, it'll rise up again. Bigger army levy size, levy combat efficiency, noble levies. For a little bit of aristocracy. What else gives aristocracy? Just these two. Levy size and tax efficiency. Aristocracy is currently enjoying 0.55. Land rights, auxilium et concilium. Autocracy is giving more aristocracy. Aristocratic court, central council. Nobility-controlled mining operations. That is a lot of 0.10s. So if I got rid of land rights, say, for tax efficiency, it'd be at 0.44. If I get rid of nobility-controlled mining operations, 0.34. I like my autocracy, though. I like my crown power. Autocracy government reform for crown power. What would I replace it with? Conciliatory progress, diplomatic relations, peasant power, free subjects, plutocratic ethos. Plutocratic ethos. Parliament-based support and progress towards plutocracy. I would replace a +10 towards aristocracy for a +10 towards plutocracy. That's effectively a +20% plutocracy. You find eating out is more healthier the places you go to. I consider it being a benefit. But it does help that for my own cooking I do steer towards, like I wouldn't say I'm being all health nut about it. A little bit is simply the cost of groceries, right? So if I'm cooking a lot of tomato, a lot of mushrooms, a lot of spinach, a lot of carrots and things into my pastas, into my curries, into my soups, into my fried rice. I mean, that's kind of because all those ingredients are on the cheaper side. So if I want to both save on my weight and save on my grocery budget, it behooves me to stick with more vegetable options. You hate grocery store quality food? Oh, that's because you have not had my cooking yet. My cooking could very nearly bring the dead to life. So plutocratic ethos is very tempting. Currently aristocracy, but if plutocracy was dominant. Burghers who do more work than nobles do. Trade efficiency, cheaper court. So wouldn't mind. Defensive. Noble bearing don't care about. Aristocracy and individualism. Decentralization, no. So, maybe I'll swap over to plutocratic ethos. But first I want to see if I should take this moment to strip anything in my nobility I don't think I want to right now, though. It sucks that I have a couple of things that add combined plus 20, plus 0.20 to aristocracy. But otherwise, there's for sure worse privileges than they could have. Elaborate court life, more cultural influence, slightly more expensive cost of court, and a tick towards individualism. That's not too bad, actually. Fortification license. We had a civil war earlier, taking that away from them. I wanted the decentralization bonus eliminated. Nobility-controlled serfdom. We could give them nobility-controlled serfdom while we steer away from serfdom. We've already got free subjects. They'll have nobility control over nobody. Artist salary, innovative. But that gives them 50% more power. Only nobles as a leader. Nah. I mean, for commanders, basically, I'm turning my nobles into hereditary military force. So maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing if only nobles as a leader. The trouble is, that'll give them 50% more power. I do not want them to have 50% more power. I'm quite happy with them being weak and worthless. So I think they're actually not so bad right now. The question becomes for me, is it worth taking a thing away if it drops me to... it would be negative 40 stability. It's not worth going to negative 40 stability. Live in an hour? I don't know, it's getting pretty late. It's already 6.5 hours of stream. And, so I might be winding down, actually. Unless Macaw's chosen to take the night off. Then he comes live in about like half an hour or so, and he becomes like a natural rating target. Since there's some overlap between, you know, our audience, his audience. Well, I appreciate the kind words, Dark Senate. I think I'm going to forego on stripping the privilege. The worst thing they're doing is a 0.20 combined towards aristocracy, but otherwise, their privileges aren't privileges that are hurting me. But since I do have 28 stability anyway, even though I like an extra 10% crown power, I've got different advances that'll give it the same anyway. So it's only a small backwards drop. If I were to replace autocracy with plutocratic ethos anyway. I'm trying to steer away from autocracy and towards more burghers and more trade. So I should think that plutocratic ethos describes the ambitions and ideals of the country I'm trying to make. Macaw 45 being a streamer that usually streams, I think morning for him, but evening for us on the American continent. It's a very American-friendly stream despite being Australian. And he likes to look at some really crazy stuff sometimes. There's some poetry in this. I'm not just adding plutocratic ethos. I'm also weakening the autocratic shape of the country. By taking this action, the two Sicilies, are no longer going to be by the king for the king. There's a tiny bit more democracy in this action, even if it's the wealthy burghers who are enjoying the privilege more so than the common folk. But hey, that's what we're getting, parliament-based support. 39% crown power. It's not a big drop. Now, mining rights. Mining rights I want to look at. That'd be under laws, right? Maybe the next Senato. I'll ask them for, would that be in socioeconomic? For mining laws? If we do burgher-controlled mining operations, burghers are happier for one, I could tax them more. An extra 0.10 towards plutocracy, and 0.05 towards capital economy. I wouldn't mind commoner-controlled mining operations. Maybe as we get closer to the end of the game, we'll start turning our country more communistic. More communistic under the Anjou dynasty, of course. Let's not get too crazy here. But it's another swap of a 0.10 aristocracy for a 0.10 plutocracy. So it's basically doubling up the plutocracy game. 82! Stability to change law. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for Senato. Sicilian nobles are no more. This marks the end of their civil war. Now where's the disband all? There's a button for disband all. I know I've seen it before. There's a levy button. There we go. If I click on the raise all, then I get to disband all. And let's set these folks back to their missions. Patrol the sea. And have you patrol over there. And my Carracks haven't moved, so they haven't got to go anywhere. Alright. That leaves us with $800 I could spend. Should I do more roads? All this area was such a sanguine color, and now it's a lot more ochre. The Tunisian market has spread in Sicily. How dare you? All my raised control. Well, we did have a civil war, and a lot of these lands went towards the Sicilian nobles. Once Papa puts some more maximum control in here. Maximum control 54, currently 18. Maximum control 43, currently 19. Once control goes back up, these will filter back on over my way. Siaka isn't building towards Salemi. Salemi to Trapani already has a road. Terranova isn't so nova anymore. Okay, then how about... I'm pretty pleased that my Sardinians could have rebelled, but for the most part they were very well behaved. Though speaking of which... the Sardinian Patriots, don't have the entire island anymore. I guess they saw what happens to those who act against me. They straight up had 160,000 population supporting them, and they've dropped down to only 11,300. I feel that once these two integrations in particular finish up, then the desire to rebel against me is going to disappear. Got 5 more years for Cagliari, and 4 more years for Arborea. Cool. Commoner Insurgents, Ligurian Patriots have no growth right now. Pope likes me again, we're at 6.58. Which is not enough for alliance. Is a likely target of a coalition. Yeah, it's your coalition. You're coalitioning against us, Papa. Let's build... Could I build cannons yet? Because I do have the tech to make cannon shops. I couldn't make a gunsmith. I'm pretty sure it's a burgher-operated building. Gunsmith. Weaponsmith. Cannon maker, there we go. It's not very profitable, but we can start making cannons. Naturally most profitable in Napoli. Salerno. Gaeta. Basically we have our economic core over here. And then, do I make more guns? If I go by what's currently the most profitable, Carpenter's Guild is it, followed by the Spinner's Guild to make cloth. Tools Guild, Tailor Guild, we'll turn that cloth into fine cloth. Let's get more tool guilds. Since plenty of things are gonna need those coming soon. How's my network up here looking? Autovoter road this way. That's gonna be expensive in the mountains. There's already... Oh, I see. It was going down the south bit, not in the middle. That's why I thought we had not. But these two have to connect. If I could afford it. Nobles are currently at 59 happiness, and they want to get down to 4-4. Fine. I'll tax them less, the babies. They keep wanting their equilibrium so low. How come? Base value, or tax deferred abilities minus 14.88. Base values is 40. Hunting permanency they dislike. Education for the people they dislike. Curtail the ability they dislike. Favor the ruler. Crown power they dislike. Diplomatic ability gets better. So, mostly, they're just very unhappy that they keep taking away more and more of their power. Keep these guys at 60. And max diplomats again. What to do with you, diplomats? Pope. We can't ask for money until 8 years from now. What I could do Let's first marry you off to somebody else. Gotta get those babies going. I could start absorbing Siena right now. We're going to absorb Pisa pretty soon, province. I say pretty soon. They got a while to go. You know what? Union policies, centralization laws. Let's get swift unification, knock 10 years off. Maze, thank you for the follow. 10 years. It's not a big difference. The 1st of July 1450 is what it's currently estimated for. So bring it down to 1440 just in 39 years. "39 years, then drop off 20. Siena, what do you say? Do you want to be a part of this beautiful project we call the Two Sicilies? Differing opinions and interests over religious and secular matters between our government and the clergy have spilled over, become a significant source of conflict in our kingdom. The clergy are now making demands for changes in policy, stating they will draw their support for King Roberto II Angio if refused. It's only a state satisfaction for an estate that otherwise practically idolizes me more than the Pope. So, they'll get down to 66, but that puts them just under equilibrium anyway. I could afford to ignore their demands. How's my little girl looking now that I lost my golden boy? 15 years of age, 32, 63, 65. The ache going from this being my heir, a prodigy with 192.85, to the next in line being 32, 63, 65. And the next in line after her being 54, 80, 175. Ugh. How do I disinherit the other one? How do I change my laws from primogeniture to ultimogeniture? Tradition, civil law. Favor the ruler, curtail the nobility. What else do we have for distribution? Common people get free subjects. Clergy for spiritualist. Elites? No. Wealthy gets more plutocracy. And burghers eat more. Favor the ruler is fine. I could change the law for socio-economic law policy, education of the masses, but I like 1010, 555 more than the others, because these other ones don't have maximum education for peasants, laborers, and soldiers. When's plutocratic ethos gonna kick in? It'll finish by... would it say when, if I hover over here? Implemented on the 12th of December last year. But it doesn't say when it will finish. And there we go, completion, 1412. So next year we'll officially get the elimination of a plus 0.1 towards aristocracy, and the advancement of plus 0.10 towards plutocracy. Only 0.45 now. I'll still have to overcome quite a few decimals here. Noble controlled mining operation. If we get rid of that, then 0.10 towards aristocracy, or 0.35 it'll be. Become only 0.15. We're not going to be plutocrats for a while. Warriors in 96. 3 more years. Flourishing trade of Italy thanks to the efforts of Rome and Italy. 20 trade advantage for 5 more years. That's a fun one to get. I think I should start integrating. They're already at 79, so let's go ahead and begin improving opinion. There's a Perugia in the middle. That's in the way of getting easy roads to Siena, then Pisa, to Bologna. That's fine. We've got coast access here, we've got coast access there. We just have to make sure to build some bailiffs places, get lots of roads connecting between the two. Well, how's Volterra right now? Volterra is at 112. And there's my little girl. We're going from a 100 ruler to 35, 65, 65. And nobody wants to royal marriage her. Nobody wants to royal marriage my daughter. Burgundian burgers are too good for her. Crown of Castile, there's a 19-year-old here. Distant cousin. Distant? So what's wrong with him, huh? At least one more positive than negative is needed. 29 to 88. Different primary culture, border distance, in a union. Poland. 24 against 90, Bulgaria, minus 225. Rival of two Sicilies, minus 100. Kingdom of Cyprus. Cyprus has a kingdom of its own now. Grand Principality Halish. Kingdom of Navarre is 28 against 89. Austria, 37 against 82. 30 against 84, 93, 40 against 92, 39, 90, 39, 90, 38, 84, 191. The Overlord is a rival, 191, 95. So, there's eligible bachelors all over the world. The trouble is, they don't like me. In a union is a big one that everyone has going against me. $51 against 85 is only a difference of 34. Opinion -1. Lordship of Man. Gonna date all the way up in the Isles. Okay, let me see. That's a long ways to go. Opinion's already +8. Opinion +3. I don't think I'm going to be getting a royal marriage. If we have her marry a noble... There's a 31-year-old. It's a bit of a gap, but nobody else wants to marry my little girl. Maybe some tragedy will happen and Margarita will end up inheriting instead. Maybe by the time Margarita comes around, people will be more willing to marry. Let's export more books. I'm still maxed on books. I'm still maxed on books. But I got lots of gems already, so I don't even need to get more of that. How about I sell more guns? I got loads of guns still. I could build more carracks. I'm tempted to build more carracks. But I should build more infrastructure. Oh, would you look at that? Not only did we reclaim some market around here, but we even took Mazara back. So very little of Sicily remains in Tunis market. I should celebrate by building more roads. More roads to keep the flow going, but I think this is already pretty twisty around. Just gotta get more latent control up. But what about... Beeswax is 2.5, fruit is 4, wheat is 8 food. Let's build more fruits. That's maximum fruits over there. Olives is also pretty good for folk. I can't believe all the investment I put into Palmy. What did they do but rebel against me? I'll forgive them. That was a noble's doing. I did give them a building that gave double local noble power. That's my fault. Oh, no more cash. We got a good surplus of food going, though. All it took was subsidizing all those farming villages and fishing villages that I gave everyone, but they weren't actually working in, to finally squeeze some food out of it. The real trap was trusting my peasants to go fishing if I made them their own fishing villages. Maybe the nobles were right about them actually being lazy layabouts. But don't tell them I said that. Cultural investment of 5. We actually got positive prestige growth now. That is a rarity. War. Kingdom of France declared war upon the Duchy of Provence with whom we're in a union. Why? Why would our former allies in France go to war against Provence? What's the cause? French Provençal War to show superiority. And all their little vassals. Ugh. Well, this one we have to be involved in. There's no way I'm not gonna support the guy I'm trying to absorb. What they're trying to do is they're trying to take Provence away before it gets annexed. The stream begins with attacking a mega-sized Bohemia, and it's ending with defending against France. Just France. I don't have to say mega-sized France. The big blue blob speaks for itself. Well, there's nothing I can do, but I have 30,000 levies now. Raise all levies. And my boats. I got my boats back. Raise all boats. We'll bring some boats up. I'm sure that they'll just march their guys in, but if I could take their fleets, I will. Am I considered the war leader for this conflict, since I am the senior personal union partner? Provence is considered the war leader, I guess. And we're merely allied with. Joyous occasion. It's a good thing I spent all that money. What would I need it for? Mercenaries? No. Alright. Let's start by getting... our main force to the border. These guys gotta go behind, they're too tiny anyway. Some very tender music. Too small to matter. Too small to matter, sorry boats. Fishing boats can go back to fishing. Alright. Thankfully, Provence has put a lot of forts along their border. It's expensive, I'm sure. But they're making my job a little bit easier. Several carracks, several traditional galleys, a cog. Mediterranean galleys, and they put them all in the center. Rebalance. That's a lot better, thank you. And I shall personally lead, because this is my interest that France is fighting against. Anjou Lazos. Shrewd, better military and administrative ability. So if I give you a military education, if I give you diplomatic education, then that'll be 0.75 for military, or for diplomacy, at a 0.58 for everything else, which is basically a little bit better than balanced. They just had one transport boat that we destroyed. Now where's my... It's hard to tell where my boats actually are because of the weird graphical bug. Those guys are there. Where's the big group? There they are. Well, no. Now they are there. It'd be nice if this was where they are in the moment and not where they're going to be. So this is merely a show superiority war, huh? Let's get some fights in. Since this Casus Belli is primarily down to getting more battles won over your opponent. Who have we got over there trying to run away? Slaughtered him. And more coming in. Well, this is good. This is more war score our way right now. Run, cowards. Oh, they got some actual... Oh, they got some cannons. It might actually... A poor horse. Our ruler's mother and courtier. First I lost my son before his birthday, now my mother has died. Only 200 casualties on my side. It'd be nice if we could steal their cannon. Wouldn't that be cool, the ability to steal artillery? Who's that? Milan? Is Milan helping out? Who's all in this war? On province's side, Croatia, Pavia. Milan actually is. Enemies across the border, united in our love for province. Verdenberg, Luxembourg. My junior partner of the Union has more friends than I do. Okay, I am able to leave here, if need be. Handgunners? Marie Frederick died at 69, our third cousin. As true to the game as in real life, I'm getting to the point where I'm losing too many relatives now. What do they produce here? Medicaments. Bring these ones here. Just these fishing fleets. Arborea integration finished. Cool. Excellent. How are the rebels looking? Sardinian Patriots aren't too bad. 58.68. So I could put her right away towards trying to integrate this final piece. But it's so tiny, it doesn't matter. There's only 14,000 people in these two little pieces of land. I could try cracking down on rebels. On the Sardinian Patriots for their 0.24 a month to minus 2.5. I expect them to vanish eventually. And who do we have popping up over here? We got some decent commander there. Let's add Capitano here. Occupying there, just so I can get some more supply for the siege on Nimes. Oh, they got more artillery? No. Very noble. %5 war score in our favor. In this situation, I am not going to try to end the war on my own. Like to make a separate white piece out. Or grab what I want from France. France, who's got 16,000 guys all the way up there in the mountains. What are you doing? Why are the Provençal folk all the way up there? If we were united here, we could have kicked France's ass. So they got the mountain. They're willing away at France's morale. But now it's 20,000 against 3,000. No, that's not gonna work. 0% war score. I gotta keep my eyes open because now France is gonna want to come down this way. What do you mean? Very likely our side will lose. I see 869 here. I don't see... Hold on. Oh, from that. Missed. And we got a whole bunch of Frenchmen coming down. Let's consolidate again. And let's put... hire prisoners as mercenaries. Execute prisoners. Ransom prisoners. I have prisoners. Feudal levies. Ah, are these my let's see. Prisoner, handgunner. 58 handgunners. So we can capture. "58 troops would be bribed to join the two Sicilies as a mercenary for a fee of 214. Okay, they got way too many French armies there. Let's unite these guys together. And we'll come in to help. 25 against 16. I don't like all these thousands around me. Come on, Provençal, I'm helping you out here. You help me out too. There's 18,000 right there I don't want to join in. France lost. 3,000 killed against 3,000 and a half killed. Now where is this group going? Their army has higher morale, terrains to their benefit. We got the better commander. Making sure I fucking balance these armies so it's not numerical superiority but everyone on one flank again. Those cannons are just cutting through us. Look at that. I need cannon. They're just destroying me there. They got the smaller army that's full of artillery. They're an actual Napoleon they got going on here. I'm just getting my troops slaughtered. 4,000 of us killed. Oh man. No wonder then. I'm gonna retreat and let the Milanese armies finish them off here. Man, artillery's no joke. I gotta get my hands on those. They voted to enact federal union. The hell they did? I voted... We voted for swift unification, not federal union. Get the fuck out of here. The annexation The annexation disappeared. I can't fucking believe it. Hold on. No, no. You're not gonna do that to me. At least tell me when there's a vote going on. If I don't know that there's a vote going on, how could I vote on the vote? Or is that my vote? Did people vote not just against increasing the speed of assimilation, but straight up against it? Europa Universalis not responding. Wait for it to respond. It's just being annoyed because I kept clicking at it in frustration. Here, while this loads, I'm going to take a pee, alright? Gotta take a quick pee real quick. No good? No good? Maybe I did crash it by trying to load and then mashing away at the button presses. Alright, let's reopen the game then. Look. Look. Okay, Biber's alright. Voting to disable annexation in the middle of annexation while I'm helping these guys out with an offensive war or with a defensive war that they're defending on. That's just 10 different layers of rude, isn't it? Alright, I turned all the music off because the music is fucking shy in this game. Maybe I'll turn the music back on for a bit because it feels like the music starts off with bombasticness. Still loading, please wait. Okay, there we go. And the band just runs out of steam the longer it goes on. To go until we need those. Let's see what's on Discord right now. Oh, I heard the click. I see 100% save game. Well, now I can't read. There we go. Cute animals and frog costumes. I think somebody had a bot join their server, given I see all these little white notification dots and nothing new on them. Wrong one, there we go. So, how far back does 6 months put me? Before France even declares war on Provence. We got to January. The frequency of the autosaves in EU5 feel real weird. Autosave interval every year, but it's apparently only in June. Let's make it every half year. But since there's apparently no more war with France now anyway, union policies. Question of unification. The fuck? Hold on. So, I voted for swift unification of crowns. Status quo was all that. Federal Union, Croatia and Moldova has voted against, and province has yet to vote. So as it stands, status quo would win. Okay, alright. So I'm the asshole that fucked this over for myself by trying to put a vote for swift unification, and everyone else voted the status quo or against. Croatia and Moldova. Province is simply the final vote that would have voted for federal union. Even though I was helping Province out in a defensive war, doing my duty, losing thousands of lives, to fix their fuck-up, sending 7,000 soldiers into the Alps to fight France alone. The hell, Province? And they chose to vote against me. My own Croatia hates me. If I put in improved opinion a bit too late. Province is at 191. They're actively being absorbed. Oh well. Let's max out the speed then, because there's nothing else to do right now. The cannon are no jokes though. Hofenice Regiment. We'll have to go through that first, or is this just a nicety? Hofenice by November of next year. I do have some cannon places building. And then we'll finish the supranational ambitions. It's mostly done. And then there comes France attacking my union. So that is inevitable, unless it's doing the paradox thing, where if you quit in the middle of a war, it sends the trigger backwards into time, so that you cannot save scum out of the war. Crusader Kings 3 is like that. It's very obvious. Whereas in Crusader Kings 2, if you try to avoid a war, it's going to happen anyway because it's a seed, right? The seed is absolute. If you save, you're saving the seed, and so all the upcoming actions are already predetermined in the seed. That's why you can't save in the middle of an event and then save scum the event. Because as soon as you save, all the outcomes are already known. So you have to go backwards into either a previous save or just do things in different order to loosen up the seed, get some different actions in there, shake out the predeterminations. But if you try that at Crusader Kings 3, it doesn't matter if you go back 1 year, 3 year, 20. The same war will start because they want it to start. So I have to wonder if this was always going to fire on this date, or if it's doing the new paradox thing if you go backwards into time, and the war will start anew regardless. But we have some forward knowledge. We know artillery absolutely sucks. And we know my asshole allies in province are going to vote against assimilation, or against annexation, in the middle of annexation. Maybe I should turn the console back on. Swap tags. Play as province. This song sucks a bit. Oh, no, that's right. I had music back on, but once again it is softer than a superfluously soft thing. We want music, Paradox! Make your game audible! It could be they voted against because the AI wants to vote against its own independence, but they love us. It could be they voted against because my army is not fucking over here. Actually show where it is, Paradox. Why is it all the way over there when it isn't? I could see their boats. And now their tag's just completely invisible. Too tiny to matter. Send you over here, you over here. Too tiny. And then we'll send out our Carracks. No. It's fishing boats. There's my Carracks. Not that it matters, they're not doing much in terms of naval fights right now, regardless. Nice if I could see my transport fleet. They really aren't over there. They gotta patch that up, because that's just annoying. It's annoying and it makes it difficult to manage your dudes if you can't actually click on them because your thing is all the way over there instead, and only visible half the time anyway. I click on the model, Because that'd be too easy. I fucking put him in charge of the Navy. You asshole. These guys up. Popular support for Paris. Doesn't matter, they're fighting against me right now. Sure, get the easy 10 control, not like the options actually do anything for the Western Schism. I don't know if that's intended or if that's just one of many, many things that are broken. Army attrition low doesn't matter too much. Military tactics. There's like garbage guys everywhere. It's like Province is trying to lose this war. The way it just throws its army suicidally around. Now, where is everybody else? We got Milan, and who's this? Mantua. My boys from Mantua helping out. Going over the Alps. What are they trying to do? Do they imagine that they're going to take over Paris? Do they not understand that if the war target is a province, and this is a war of superiority, our armies against them, that the best plan is to consolidate down here? Do they not know? Has nobody taught the French? I don't think I see Province's armies up here. I better not. Imagine if all these thousands of armies, 9,000, 10,000, were down here helping out instead. France versus Province. I got it. Let's fight in Germany. It was just being weird on the graphics again. I don't think it's going to be possible for this war to be won in our way. Arborea is complete. Should be done on the 1st of April, 1337. That's the start of the game. Rebel crackdown on Sardinian patriots. Where are these guys going? Going to arrive in Orange. See how these little guys are easy to take on? It's only France's actual cannons I have to worry about. Only. Just gonna take a few cities. Just to put the fear into them. Are these more and more prisoners I'm picking up? Handgunners, prisoner. Footmen, handgunners, horsemen. But no artillery. Show me where the artillery prisoners are. What I would give to be able to give commands to my allies, or at the very least put some weight to where they should go. Like if I click on a place, say, hey, objective here, and they could choose whether or not they want to, but there's more weight towards yes, go there. I hesitate to look. France has all their guys up here. 14,000, 17,000. Because somebody was bold. Let me see, is that... Yeah, somebody was bold and took some stuff over there. Much like I'm doing here. Running away. Casus Belli on Milan. Claim throne. If I claim throne on Milan, then... who are they allied with? Ferrara, Savoy, and Verona. Would be pretty easy. And if all I'm doing is claiming throne like with Croatia, I just have to kick their ass enough to force the issue. Gonna put a fuckery save down over here. Cause you know these jerks are going to vote counter to what's best for them. $273 against $365 against $257. I can't convince them to vote for me any more than they already would. They got near max. They're at max. They're at max opinion, and they'll vote against me. Which would also drop my estates down, just for good measure. That's Paradox's way of showing that they care. And there's a whole bunch of freshmen coming down that way. Jumping in, not a surprise. So, 11,000 against 21,000 is not very good prospects. Discipline of France is 20 against 22 discipline for us. Tactics about even. We got better morale. They just have levies, levies, levies. Cavaliers, levies. If it's only levies, I might risk it. We got reinforcements coming in the form of these guys. Nope. They got no reinforcements though. They just got 1,000 there. We might actually be able to take them on. It's really tight right now though. 18,000 against 10, but they got no morale. Oh, most of theirs is surrendered. They've retreated. We pushed most of them off. And it's down to 389. That was what? It should show the total numbers, not just the individual totals. That's 21,000 against 11,000, 12,000. We lost 1,700, they lost 3,007. That's levies versus levies. Levies versus levies, we have superiority. But once they bring in their artillery, we're cooked. These guys being right there, though. Who knows when they'll turn around and come back. There's advantage in splitting up my army, but after a hit like that, I should keep them together again. Province is doing another suicide run, it looks like. It's wise that they have some fuckers up here who... No, occupied by France. Never mind then. That's going against our dudes, I guess. I thought that was occupations we were doing. Hi now. Not so wise to throw in all these allies up here who are right on the border and are just in existence to make negative war score. But they also draw some of these other heavy stacks away from the fighting. Milan coming down. I see those ugly cannons. What do I do? The best thing to do, I think, would just be to hang around and stagnate the war. All I really gotta do is stagnate the war enough that hopefully they could white peace out. I don't know if they want to white peace out, though. I don't know if the AI acknowledges the existence of white peace and the value of it. Milan lost that fight, and there comes a whole bunch more Frenchmen. Equal numbers and cannons. Where's our castles? We got a castle in Arles. Marseille is hills, right? Orange would give us defensive benefit, wouldn't it? I'm not gonna risk it. I'm gonna walk to Marseille. If they want to go for me, they gotta chase me. Infantry and cavalry. I don't see any cannons here. So it'll be 26 against 30. Okay. Is Province gonna completely fuck me over and vote against me again this time? They did. They voted for federal union. Well, there goes that annexation process. It's only 44 out of 506. So, why am I going up this way? Don't be a moron. Since they're separate, what we'll do? Whatever, lose some estate satisfaction. We'll lose out on that. I'm the one who started the vote, so screw me. Unification of crowns, started back all over again. There goes this. Pretty soon. No cannon fire. Oh, there it is. No, that was just, Oh, I see cannon. But there's no cannon here. Did they just choose to run away before we could? No cannon, no cannons. Don't you levies lost to attrition me. Attrition back up. Army's got better quality than ours. Even with higher morale, terrain to our benefit, better commander. That's a bit worrisome. No, you idiot, go through there, then down. They know they're going to lose. It's very strongly estimated, but they still want the thrill of failure. If we had some actual support up here, that'd be one thing. They'll vote for unification of crowns en masse. They won't vote for speedier unification of crowns. So that's on me. They want to enjoy a little bit of independence. failure, really? Their quality is that much through the roof. Despite morale, stronger army, terrain, our commander against their commander. What have they got? Is it possible to check? Infantry and cavalry. 19,000 infantry. 2,700 cavalry. But they're look at that! They're levies! They're levies! There's no way they're gonna kick my butt. But they will if I got this shitty balance. There's no way they're gonna kick my butt. France has gone Napoleon early, and they realize that lots of easily trained troops and a lot of artillery is their best bet. But they don't have any artillery up here, they're all busy elsewhere. Unless they're hiding, unless they're lying to me. They are doing more damage against my side so far. 19 discipline against 22 discipline. Come on, there's no way. Rolling initiative to engage. Waiting. Yeah, it's currently them meeting all the shit. 3,000 against 5,300. The system itself was on the side of France, trying to scare me off of what should have been an easy win. I see your games now, Crusader Kings, Europa Universalis. Full wipe. And 19 here, what do they got? Dare I go against the 19,000 here? th Army. There's cavalry, infantry, they're nothing. As long as there's no artillery, they're not going to scare me off. Okay, don't see the armies down there. I expect that they're going to be around here somewhere where I can't see. Hey, Toasty. So I'll stay put up here in the mountains. I kind of got to see Toasty. Come on. Clicking army, move army. It's not so hard. How are these guys finding the tiniest guys to devour them? Maybe it's for the best that I am not back on absorbing province just yet, if this is the quality of the armies that I could expect. No artillery, no artillery. No artillery, they'll go down like butter then. They are waiting on Nimes, or are they on Melguel? They're in Melguel, which I can go around too in a very roundabout way. First, we'll take Floric. Just to spit in their face a little bit more. Yes, no, you turn as well. Just another quiet track. This game loves quiet tracks. That's alright. We'll let them be over there for a bit. It claims red. Army's got better quality, does it? I only see infantry and cavalry of the levy variety. I've got decent balance on my guys here. The game lies, man. The game tries to bamboozle you. That is more of the advantage France gets. And that the game actively wants to lie for it. And now, 20,000 versus 18,000 Frenchmen that want to seize down Nice. Stay in the mountains. We'll get maximum morale. Then hop into their defensive bonus with the castle, mountains. More hills over here. Army's better quality. Is it? Because we got the stronger army, more morale, and terrain. They got levies and levies. Levies and levies. Levies and levies. Levies, and you're not going to believe this, levies. I'm not gonna fall for their lies anymore. A little bit dangerous over there. Are they actually... Oh, they're actually pushing through. Is it just the dice rolls? Defenders, we're getting our shit fed to us. 1,000 surrendered, 2,000 lost. They got 2,000 lost, 3,000 surrendered. It could still be anybody's race. We got half morale, but they're losing quite a bit too. Cagliari integration fully finished. Okay. Then the final one's going to go to integrating Galura. It's half and half. Where are they getting their random sporadic boost from? 5,000, 5,000, 8,000? If it wasn't for the morale, we'd have them so easily. How are they bouncing back up? Constantly bouncing back up. Come on, break them! Break them! We got one line broken. Oh, we got this. It's looking rough. But we got this now. Maybe. We just gotta keep on bullying their center. And a far right holds. Then we'll get this in no time. Oh, they broke both my center and flank. Oh, that's shit. And they got an assault on ice. Damn it! All this effort to help out, what is it? To help out province. And they voted to cancel the integration process, or the annexation process. My kids got no gratitude. I wouldn't mind if there was a way to encourage my allies to join with an army. Detach levies. Go ahead and drop my levies. And I guess these prisoners will bring to over here. Well, I haven't paid too much attention to the forum, to the subreddit, in regards to prisoners, but I have heard that there's some broken things you can do with them in regards to dropping... What was it? Was it antagonism you could drop by releasing prisoners along your border? You'll have to read into it. How long until I get my Hofnice? That'll finish in November. We could see how I do with a bunch of cannon. Since we know that's going to be building in pretty soon. Too small, I don't need these guys. Where's my ruler? Did I stick him on one of the prisoner stacks still? Yeah, for some reason he's leading the prisoners. That's very kind of our king to ensure the safety of our prisoners, but he belongs over here. 12% war score still is still good. Where did they go? They had their armies around here someplace. They went up. To Frisius. Nice went down fast. You would think that they had cannons there, but I didn't see any on them. 1 castle and 2 armory. They've already got armories. I don't have armory, got 300 manpower max. So maybe it doesn't matter so much if I get my Hofnei since I don't have armories for manpower. Wait here for now. War score is still in the positive. We're not completely destitute yet. Hofnei's research complete, hooray. So, -2 for the fortification. They've patched up the breaches already. Real super quick like. Third cousin dead. Okay, let's get these guys together. We have an army to catch over here. -0% war score still. Ugh, negative red. $7,000 with an extra 15,000 coming down. Unless it's lying and hiding stuff, I just see infantry cavalry. And over here I see infantry cavalry of the levy variety. Not even regular regiments. So let me see. About recruiting regulars. They cost 81 gold and 50 manpower. There. 6 whole manpower. Would give us a whole bunch of Hofneiss, I hope. A decent amount of Hofneiss. $30 little cannon. Hopefully those 30 cannon are enough to make a difference in a given fight. Okay, this time, the fight's actually fair and honest. Bit more war score all way. Here they got some artillery here. So they got regular units out the wazoo. 5 levies, 9 regulars. So that one is a fight that I don't care to participate in. That one is actually serious and intended to kick my ass. Third cousin. Put her on the marriage queue. Recruiting Hofnice and Napoli. Oh, it's gonna take a year for all of them. Oh well. What are you guys doing? Are they coming up here or no? They wouldn't combine, but they were just gonna sit around doing nothing. Here, you two just turned 16 a few days apart. It was meant to be. How long has this war been going on for? Brent's Provençal War is very slightly on our side, been going on for... doesn't say how long. Months at war is a mere +9. War enthusiasm. Fucking war enthusiasm at +50? Okay, we got our unification of crowns. Let's go back to trying to start annexation again. This time we just won't give them the vote that allows them to vote against it. Good government policies. There's widespread support among the commoners and ability for our current policies. Indeed, they're being magnified well beyond their actual efficiency as proof of the government's goodwill and interest of the welfare of our kingdom. Gain stability. What would I want with 20 plus stability? Legitimacy or treasury? There was something that 20 plus legitimacy would have given me, wasn't there? A law change. We can get mining law towards burger control, but that costs 81. We gotta wait for Senato for that one. So it's not a law change that I care about. Royal decree, national assemblies is fully enforced. So we've got national assemblies as a face of the nation now. And plutocratic ethos, I mean, we had national assemblies, plutocratic ethos, I mean. Plutocracy 10, innovative and free subjects 10. There was something for which 20 stability would have helped. Maybe it was this, and I've already got that out of the way. .35 for aristocracy still. Our plutocracy is going to take a long time to grow. We just lay the foundations down. Innovative, slowly inching on over. .22 each month. So the 26.77 traditional list is going to vanish pretty soon. Quality is still going towards defensive. We've now got enough in capital economy to slowly start pushing over. So our food production, population capacity, and raw material output is going to start shrinking. Let's get the stability. Get stability, and we can put money away from stability. .08 is alright. Get that 45 a month. Alright, so. And we're not moving, we're just sitting in the mountains in the winter. Smart. I need this war to white peace out. I'm not going to lose my province before we assimilate them. They have artillery. It's only 4,000. It's 4,000, but artillery makes a huge difference. I should have paid attention to who was sitting over there. $12. We didn't lose that much. Oh, that's shitty. Now look at that, it's not showing any artillery units there. Oh, there they are. 89! They're up to 89 artillery. Oh my goodness. Going to war against France right now is insane. Look, France was one of the good guys for a while. I had no reason to think that they were going to attack me directly. They had no reason to before. See, that counts as 1 regiment as artillery. It shows 1 regiment of artillery. That shows 89 regiment of artillery. Well, I guess that's showing the quantity of artillery. If we got 50 and they have 89, that's not a huge difference. So if I wait for a bit, I'll actually have an equitable or better amount of artillery. As much as I hate to do, we gotta wait for a bit now. How much longer for these cannons? 23 days. Okay. Balanced and shrewd. Gives administrative and military. We'll give you diplomatic. More kids. Slow. So it doesn't matter what we'll give you administrative. Ideally, this war ends up going on for so long that France will accept a white peace. Especially if we could somehow maintain positive war score. We're slowly building more manpower so we could make more artillery. Artillery is really the only thing I want right now. I've seen how artillery can cut through my soldiers and turn 20,000 into 12,000 after a single day. Organize recruitment for professional armies, recruitment speed. Okay, that's 100 cannon. 100 artillery. It's a shame I have all this navy superiority, but this is a land war. Diplomat has improved relations with Papal States as much as he can, is heading home. Pope still doesn't want an alliance. Minus 95.99 is great because war gives minus 100. We can get our alliance with the Pope back. I'll just merge them together. We'll have Hofknights in the front to slaughter through them. 50 and 50. Ugh. I don't have much confidence, but we do have cannons now at least. This war is gonna go on for a good long while. As much as I would love to scum out of it, as much as I'd love to continue, it's been 8.5 hours of stream. So let me put a save down. We'll cement this into the timeline. And I gotta get going. I gotta make me some dinner. Oh yeah, McCall's gonna play the bouncer tonight. Forgot he had that ahead. So let's go watch McCall do some bouncering. We'll see what the weekend has in store. I got obligation tomorrow, but I don't know what time the obligation is going to be. So maybe we'll do some extra weekend streaming tomorrow. Maybe we'll save it for Sunday. For now, folks, thank you for hanging out. I am gonna dip while the dipping is good, so I'll catch you guys around next time. Hopefully tomorrow, if not then Sunday. We'll finish this war against France, going against my vassal. Well, more, junior partner of the personal union. We have to restart on assimilating it because who could have guessed that if you give them a chance to vote up, they'll vote down. I completely cancel the annexation anyway. Ugh, I got too many people of the personal union slipping in. They've been doing that just to make sure that they have majority vote against me, so I do need to start annexing personal union folk, vassals. But we have cannon. We could hopefully make short, quick work of France once we get those out there, so... Today began with going against Bohemia. Next time we'll begin against France. Hooray us. So stick around for the raid. Say hi to Macaw. And you all enjoy the rest of your night. Take care.
新しく雲の輝こう強く